The rejection of the 1946 Burrough Plan led to the passing of the National Security Act of 1947. The act merged the Department of War, renamed as the Department of the Army, and the Department of the Navy into the national military establishment headed by the Secretary of Defense. The act also created the Department of the Air Force and the U.S. Air Force, which separated the Air Force away from the Army into its own service. It also protected the Marine Corps as an independent service under the Department of the Navy. The act also officially created the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the uniformed heads of each armed service, that had been operating unofficially during the Second World War. Aside from the military reorganization, the act established the National Security Council, a central place of coordination for national security policy in the executive branch, and the Central Intelligence Agency, the U.S.'s first peacetime intelligence agency. The signing of the National Security Act by President Truman wasn't the only significant event of 1947. 1947 marked the start of the Cold War. The term Cold War was first coined by Bernard Burrough. It is no coincidence that the man behind the 1946 Burrough Plan, which was rejected by Stalin, was also the first to coin the term. Before World War I, it was said that Burrough was worth $1 million or more. After World War I was over, his wealth was an estimated $200 million. In 1916, Burrough left Wall Street and was appointed by President Woodrow Wilson, whose presidential campaign he financed, to the Advisory Commission of the Council of National Defense, and during World War I, he became chairman of the War Industries Board. The U.S.'s economic mobilization and war orders were under the control of Burrough. There is no doubt that Burrough exploited his vantage point and access to insider information for his own personal gain. As World War I progressed, Britain and France placed more and more war orders with the United States. The orders became so big that the financial commitment became, to borrow a phrase from the future, too big to fail. Due to his position as chairman of the War Industries Board, Burrough would have been well aware of this situation. Theodore Roosevelt accused Wilson of, quote, sitting idle, uttering cheap platitudes, and picking up European trade, whilst they had poured out their blood like water in support of ideals in which, with all their hearts and souls, they believe, unquote. This financial situation presented to President Wilson changed his perspective on entering World War I. His previous position was to stay out of the war entirely. He famously preferred a, quote, peace without victory, unquote. The U.S. entry would secure an Allied victory and secure the survival of a severely weakened France and declining British Empire, both with a huge debt to pay back to the United States, giving the United States a clear path to becoming the world's prominent superpower.
America emerges over the course of the early 20th century as by far the dominant economy in the world system. The moment, in fact, is 1916, when the output of the continental United States, measured in purchasing power parity adjusted gross domestic product, in other words, inflation adjusted gross domestic product, overtook that of the British Empire. It becomes, in terms of throw weights, the single most potent force in the global economy. As a nation state, compared to all of the empires of the world, the United States becomes the dominant force. What makes America's 20th century history of global power different is that in the course of the early 20th century, America transitions from corralling the scrap territories of other people's dismantled empires into becoming the single power which by itself attempts to balance all of the other players in the global system. So to paraphrase this image, this is the significant transition. When America is not playing power politics with Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines, but with Germany, France, Britain, Japan, Russia, and China. And we can be quite precise about the moment at which that happens, which is 1916. Why 1916? Well, compare and contrast the situation in 1916 with that in 1914. Take Chris Clark's brilliant book, Sleepwalkers, on the outbreak of World War I. I don't think the United States merits a sentence, perhaps certainly not a paragraph in that account. The United States is not a player in the outbreak of World War I. It's a European affair. In 1916, we see the first American election in which every power around the world is anxiously monitoring the American polls. Why? Because it's clear that America is the underpinning of the Allied, more properly, the Entente war effort. And the decision of the American electorate as to which candidate they elect will decide the position of the United States in relation to the European war. And that, in turn, will have decisive ramifications, both for the fate of East Asia and for the European balance of power. 1916 is the moment where this occurs. And the outcome from the point of view of the Europeans is extraordinarily dismaying, because they encounter, in the candidate who wins, Woodrow Wilson, the American statesman who first, and perhaps most catastrophically, attempts to defy gravity. What Woodrow Wilson attempts to do is to keep the United States out of the war, all the better to discipline and subordinate the warring parties of Europe and Asia to, on the basis of the ruins of the legitimacy of their political systems. If the war can be ended with peace without victory, to erect American hegemony and to place America in a position of dominance, even over the most powerful militarist, imperialist states of the world.
In 1919, Burrough was a member of the Supreme Economic Council at the Versailles Peace Conference and was also a personal advisor to President Wilson on the disastrous terms of peace that would be a major contributing factor to the start of World War II. Now saddled with their newly acquired huge debts, the British and the French sent their delegations to the Versailles Peace Conference to lobby for enormous reparations and further punishment for the defeated countries.
And then at Versailles in 1919, whose anniversary we are commemorating this year, in an effort to create a peace without victors in retrospect on the basis of a war which the British and the French with American assistance had actually won, he crafts a peace unsatisfactory to the Germans, unsatisfactory to the British and the French, and it turns out unsatisfactory to the American Congress, which in the Congress fight over the late summer of 1919 refuses to ratify the peace treaty which the first American president to travel to Europe to broker international politics has himself committed himself to. It's a disastrous, shattering delegitimation of the American executive branch, of American international authority, and of the League of Nations institutions which Woodrow Wilson has given his name to. If at any moment American power came crashing down to earth, it was surely this moment, with devastating consequences for the stability of European politics.
The dollar supremacy was established after World War I by America's creditor position. Something very novel happened after the World War I. In every previous war, for instance, the Napoleonic Wars and the earlier wars England had been involved with, the Allies had forgiven all of their mutual debts at the end of the war. There was something that the British called shared sacrifice. And the idea was, okay, we're going to have a clean slate after the war. By the way, this goes all the way back to Babylonia in the second millennium BC. Throughout history, there'd been a debt cancellation. There was no carryover of debts, war debts, after the victory was achieved, because the idea was that if you leave war debts in place, that's going to bankrupt the allies that you had during the war, and it's also going to bankrupt the defeated countries and leave them no choice except to fight back. The laws of Hammurabi showed this. His whole dynasty showed this. My book on Forgive Them Their Debts is a whole history of debt cancellations and this practice. But the United States broke this practice after World War I and said the debts have to be paid. The amazing thing is that Europe went along with it. And the reason was that it had a pro-creditor ideology. It believed in the sanctity of debts and was not going to question that, because there was a guiding assumption, which is erroneous, that all debts somehow can be paid if only countries will either devalue or transform their economy, or, as it turned out, imposed austerity. Well, Keynes had a long debate with the anti-Germans, with Jacques Rueff of France, and with the Americans and Swedish Bertil Ohlin, and he said there's no way that debtor countries like the Allies or Germany can pay their debts to the creditor unless the creditor is willing to buy their exports to provide them with the foreign exchange to pay. That debate, obviously he won in reality, but that assumption was rejected by the United States, and that assumption continues to be rejected by the International Monetary Fund today. The junk economics that was brought in after World War I to consolidate the American position to say, of course you can pay, simply destroy your economy and let us take you over and sell out all of your industry and raw materials to us, and that will enable you to pay. This was the American demand, and creditor demands have always been essentially, you have to be are you willing to destroy your economy in order to pay your debts? Keynes said this was crazy, and he was right. But Europe went along with it and said, yes, we are willing to destroy our economy. We are willing to have World War II, because rather than question the assumption that all the debts have to be paid. So what Keynes pointed out was that there was a distinction between the budget problem, in other words, taxing the economy to raise a surplus in German marks or British sterling, and the transfer problem, the ability to pay. Well, what happened was that the Allies said, well, if America is going to insist that we pay, we're not going to wreck our economies, we're going to make Germany pay reparations. And as you all know, the result was to bankrupt Germany, cause a hyperinflation there that was only solved by Germany essentially borrowing the money from the United States. German municipalities would borrow the money in dollars for local spending, use the dollars to turn over to the Reichsbank to pay the Bank of England and the Bank of France to pay their dollar debts to the United States. And that was a circular flow. It could only be kept down by the Federal Reserve making interest rates very low here in the United States to promote a outflow of foreign investment. But those low interest rates also created a stock market boom that crashed. In the end, the inter-allied debts had to be canceled, had to be have a moratorium along with German reparations, and the system broke down. There was an attempt to reconstruct the economy at the London Economic Conference of 1933. But Roosevelt scuttled that and said, you know, we're going to go it alone. And ever since, he said, the basic principle of American foreign policy is no other country can tell us what to do. We can tell other countries what to do, but they cannot tell us what to do. And we will not join any agreement in which we don't have a veto power that gives us essentially control of the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, or the veto power in the United Nations, and any international organization that the United States will join. Well, in 1944 and 1945, America made plans for the post-war economy, and it said, well, in order to have full employment in the United States, we have to have an export-based industry. And now that we've destroyed Germany and Japan, our major enemy is the United Kingdom. And it was very clear that America's enemy immediately on the ending of World War II was not Russia, not the Soviet Union, but England. and it developed a strategy that was designed to essentially bankrupt England with a British loan, to force England to accept, to end imperial preference, to break up its empire, to make it to free the about 10 billion pounds of sterling for spending not in England as block currency, as the British Board of Trade had expected, but to spend it in the United States. So England was stripped of all of the blocked currency, stripped of the currency area, stripped of the empire that became absorbed into the dollar area. And in fact, the arrangements were so one-sided that America created in 1945 that by 1950, it actually had drawn another $5 billion worth of monetary gold into the United States out of Europe. There was the refugee flight of gold in the 1930s. Was followed by a post-war flight out of Europe, as they said, America's strategy is to bankrupt Europe. It's going to win. Let's move our money into the United States.
Under Burrough's leadership, the military was furnished with equipment from what developed into the private defense industry. This informal alliance is known today as the military-industrial complex. With the development of a powerful defense industry came a new entity driven by business and profit, where demand is created by conflict, wars, and the hyping of national security threats. With the defeat of the Axis powers and Stalin's rejection of the Burrough plan that involved a plan to develop a world military, a new justification was needed to keep the military-industrial complex's wheels turning.
Well, in 1944 and 1945, America made plans for the post-war economy, and it said, well, in order to have full employment in the United States, we have to have an export-based industry.
The Hollywood blacklist came into being in 1947 when the House Committee on Un-American Activities began to summon certain Hollywood film industry figures on the suspicion of their works being communist-inspired. As the media began extensively covering these hearings, 10 of these Hollywood film industry figures began to be dubbed the, quote, Hollywood 10, unquote. For the duration of the hearings, the 10 refused to cooperate, maintaining a position that the questioning violated their rights under the Constitution. Due to their lack of cooperation, the Congress voted to approve contempt citations. All were sentenced in 1950 to serve time in prison for up to a year, fined $1,000, and blacklisted from Hollywood. The committee never claimed to find evidence of communist propaganda in any American movies. Throughout the war years and into the 1950s, the movies stayed overwhelmingly pro-American and anti-communist. The facts are that patriotic themes have always been Hollywood's bread and butter, not because Hollywood necessarily believes in the ideals, but because such themes were highly profitable. Ironically, from the onset of Hollywood, the movie moguls were intent on creating and marketing the American dream, that they could sell to a largely Anglophone audience, completely unaware that they were being sold this vision from an almost exclusively Jewish conglomerate. This is one of the reasons why many of the figures associated with the Hollywood film industry changed their names to conceal their Jewish identity. This is verified by Jill Sherry Robinson, the daughter of Dor Sherry, the MGM production head and chairman of B'nai B'rith's Anti-Defamation League. In the book, Hollywood's Chosen People, The Jewish Experience in American Cinema, by Daniel Bernardi, Jill Sherry Robinson is quoted as saying the following, quote, "The American dream is a Jewish idea. It's Jewish revenge on America because it combines the Puritan ethic with Baroque magnificence. The happy ending was the invention of Russian Jews designed to drive Americans crazy," unquote. This high-profile event, resulting in the Hollywood blacklist, not only set precedents and conditioned the public that communism was the new enemy of the newly established national security establishment, it also sent a clear message to Hollywood that they were a target for absorption into the military-industrial complex apparatus. Don Burrough was the brother of Bernard Burrough. In the 1930s, Don produced 4 off-Broadway plays and then worked in LA for Hal Roach Studios and MGM and later Paramount in New York. During World War II, his brother Bernard served as the special advisor to the director of the Office of War Mobilization. His offices at the time were at 120 Broadway. Meanwhile, Don served in Washington, producing training videos for the armed forces. He continued working in this office until the formation of the Department of Defense in 1949, at which point, until his retirement in 1989, Don served as the motion picture production branch chief and its various iterations under the office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs, OASD, PA. With the establishment of the Department of Defense in 1949, the responsibility for approving military assistance to films and overseeing the process with them came under the direction of Don Burrough's new office. In the parlance of the DoD, the assistance given is referred to as cooperation. Burrough and the staff in the office acted as intermediaries between the film industry and the armed services, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, Reserves, and National Guards. Over the course of Don's 40-year career with the Pentagon, he was involved with hundreds of projects, including From Here to Eternity, The Caine Mutiny, The Longest Day, In Harm's Way, The Green Berets, Patton, The Right Stuff, and Top Gun. Interestingly, both Donald and Bernard Burrough were connected to other figures in the anti-communist movement. One of the key figures that linked both of the Burrough brothers was Maury Riskin. During the 1930s, both men worked for many of the same studios when Donald was a film producer and Maury was a screenwriter. According to Norman L. Marks of the American Jewish League Against Communism, the principal financial contributor to the AJLAC was Mr. Bernard Baruch, contributing about 85 or 90% of the funds. Mr. Marks also stated that Baruch was very emphatic about not having his name appear on the letterhead and that his financing of the group was to be kept secret. Riskin, along with Walt Disney, Ronald Reagan, Ayn Rand, and John Wayne, were all members of the Motion Picture Alliance for the Preservation of American Ideals. Walt Disney was a founder and also served as the first VP of MPA-PAI. It is important to note that some of the reasons why filmmakers moved out west to Hollywood was to escape regulations, taxes, and union labor costs. In the 1930s, a rise of labor unions took place in Hollywood in response to the Great Depression and subsequent mistreatment of employees by studios. Throughout the 1940s, a major wave of strikes took place across the United States. This included the Disney Animators strike in 1941. As a famously autocratic employer, Walt Disney responded to the 5-week strike by firing many of his animators, but was eventually pressured into recognizing the Screen Cartoonists Guild, SCG. Still bitter from this outcome, Disney joined together with his fellow movie mogul members of the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers and Motion Picture Association of America, and loyal established Hollywood stars to form the Motion Picture Alliance for the Preservation of American Ideals. This organization provided many of the quote-unquote friendly witnesses to the HUAC hearings, framing any resistance to these autocratic practices as quote-unquote un-American and quote-unquote commies. In 1941, Walt Disney's problems were piling up. Besides the animator strike, Disney's third animated film, Fantasia, was a flop and ended up nearly bankrupting the studio. The studio's previous film, Pinocchio, had also lost money, and growing discontent among animators added to Disney's woes. But the bombing of Pearl Harbor would offer Disney a lifeline. On December 7, 1941, Pearl Harbor was bombed, and America found itself at war. On the same day, Walt received a phone call at home, letting him know that the United States Army was moving on to his studio lot. The U.S. government, recognizing the value of the studio's emotive visual storytelling techniques, contracted Disney to produce 32 animated shorts. The commissioned films were a mix of education and propaganda, and it was the latter to which the full weight of the creative studio of animators, artists, directors, and writers would be employed. They took animation beyond pure entertainment, using it as a medium to influence and persuade. The integration of the military went so far as drafting artists to do their military service at Disney's studio due to the amount of work that needed to be completed. At the time, around 1/3 of Disney's workforce were drafted participants. During the war, production at the studio increased from an average of 3,000 feet of completed film per year to 300,000. The studio was operating 6 days a week, plus 2 nights of overtime. This was huge business that changed Disney's outlook completely. With a new client with deep pockets like the US government, Disney saw his relationship with the government and military as the most important. Understanding the studio's role as a mouthpiece for government talking points were good for business. This relationship also helped redefine his public image from an autocratic to a patriotic leader to the masses. Disney also obtained the power to cement his dominance, not only in the industry, but in the studio, as well as the ability to go after his critics in the workers' rights movement under the guise of fighting quote-unquote commies and making inroads with political powers.
Ike for president, Ike for president, Ike for president, Ike for president. You like Ike, I like Ike, everybody likes Ike for president. Hang out the banner, beat the drum, we'll take Ike to Washington. We don't want John or Dean or Harry, let's do that big job right. Just get in step with the guy that's hep, get in step with Ike. You like Ike, I like Ike, everybody likes Ike for president. Hang out the banner, beat the drum, take Ike to Washington.
Disney also had a vested interest in the promotion of the threat of communism, knowing the Cold War would lead to more government contracted work.
Here to introduce you to this new series is Walt Disney.
In our modern world, everywhere we look, we see the influence science has on our daily lives.
It is now X minus 2 hours.
Man's oldest dream, the desire for space travel.
Inventor's dream.
Will be a rocket-powered ship that will finally take man into space. The conquest of space. Report aboard rocket. Oscilloscopes, radar scopes, computers, tracking devices, the brain and nervous system for the rocket. Now, man will bet his life the unknown dangers of space travel. He sees the Earth as a vast rolling sphere, now coasting freely and silently through space. Reacts violently to a sudden decrease in pressure. The sensation of weightlessness 22 hours after takeoff for the first time. It is now time to make a long glide back to Earth. After coasting halfway around the world, the rocket will leave the vacuum of space. Captain will be able to fly the rocket as a normal plane. Test now complete. Rocket continues the long glide down into the lower atmosphere. Man has taken his first great stride forward in the conquest of space. Mission completed.
According to Mark Elliott's biography, Walt Disney, Hollywood's Dark Prince, backed by government documents, Disney was a long-term FBI informant and was in contact with J. Edgar Hoover from at least 1936. Because of information Disney provided the Bureau, he was made a, quote, full special agent in charge contact, unquote, in 1954. An SAC contact was usually a trusted informer who could provide transportation and equipment, as well as public relations services to the Bureau. Disney was not the only important informer in Hollywood. While president of the Screen Actors Guild in 1947, Ronald Reagan was designated, quote, source T10, unquote, by the FBI, meaning he was a confidential source with the codename T10. Elliott's biography also highlights Disney's right-wing politics, including his support for Barry Goldwater and referring to Charlie Chaplin as a little commie. Wayne was a Hollywood-created American hero icon due to his starring roles in popular westerns and war movies. This image would be useful not only at the box office, but for propaganda purposes as well. Wayne's membership in Disney's Motion Picture Alliance for the Preservation of American Ideals helped Disney emphasize his desired pro-America image to disguise his personal agenda of opposing workers' rights that opposed his autocratic business practices. Using popular culture figures to highlight and exaggerate communist influence in Hollywood and associating it with workers' rights groups re-emphasized John Wayne's patriotic image that had been reinvigorated in a militaristic fashion. Between 1940 and 1945, as World War II raged on, John Wayne starred in 7 war movies. Ironically, in 2015 biopic film Trumbo, on the topic of the HUAC hearings and Hollywood blacklist, it depicted a real-life confrontation where Trumbo questions John Wayne's patriotism by questioning his lack of military service.
Where did you serve again? You trying to say something?
No, Duke, he wasn't.
Stay out of it, Eddie.
If you're going to talk about World War II as if you personally won it, let's be clear where you were stationed. On a film set, shooting blanks, wearing makeup. And if you're going to hit me, I would like to take off my glasses. Dude, come on, let's get out of here.
A subject of interest that surrounds John Wayne to this day is his relationship with the armed forces. Not only due to Wayne's lack of military service that has been questioned more than once. Despite being registered for service during World War II, Wayne received a 3A deferment for, quote, family dependency, unquote. This, however, all distracts away from the information that Wayne received a personal, quote-unquote, thank you in regards to Wayne's application to join the OSS, an acceptance letter into the service from Wild Bill Donovan. The letter mentions Wayne as being part of the, quote, field photographic unit, unquote, of the Office of Strategic Services. This letter was intercepted by Wayne's estranged ex-wife, who didn't pass it on to Wayne, and the revelations were only publicly revealed at a much later date. The extent of Wayne's work and what exactly Wayne's work involved is still in question. Wayne did tour U.S. bases and hospitals in the Pacific for 3 months in 1943 and 1944. During this trip, he carried out a request from Donovan to assess whether General MacArthur, commander of the Southwest Pacific area, or his staff were hindering the work of the OSS. Donovan later issued Wayne an OSS Certificate of Service to memorialize Wayne's contribution to the OSS mission. Along with these revelations and considering Wayne's role in many World War II movies, it increasingly looks like Wayne was the go-to man for war-related propaganda films. When talking about his deferrals in World War II, Wayne is quoted as saying, quote, I thought I could do more for the war effort by staying in Hollywood, unquote. This only adds fuel to the fire. Another connection to the OSS comes via the filmmaker John Ford, who gained notoriety for his Western films with John Wayne. Ford was the head of the OSS's Field Photographic Unit, the same unit Wayne was a part of. During the war, the OSS greatly assisted Ford in the creation of the films Battle of Midway and December 7. Both films would go on to win Oscars for Best Documentary. Amazingly, the OSS's assistance included a secret operation to get Ford to Midway to document the battle. On top of this information, there are links between Wayne and Don Burrough's motion picture production branch at the DoD. As the Vietnam War continued, it became increasingly unpopular with the general public. and selling a pro-war narrative became increasingly difficult. It also became very hard for the Pentagon to convince filmmakers to pursue that direction due to the uncertainty of a pro-Vietnam War film's popularity and profitability. Regardless, Wayne directed The Green Berets, 1968, the major pro-Vietnam War film made during the war with, quote, cooperation with Burrough's office. It was during the 1960s that the DoD Film Liaison Office's activity first peaked. The main assistance criteria were elaborated, the Pentagon's policy towards cooperation with filmmakers was outlined, and the quote-unquote rules of the game were established. The office's representatives even moved to Los Angeles to be closer to Hollywood in an effort to ensure the positive image of the armed forces. In 1934, Ford was commissioned as a lieutenant commander in the U.S. Naval Reserve. 6 years later, in 1940, he began gathering a reserve unit of experienced Hollywood filmmakers for his unofficial Naval Reserve Unit that would become to be known as, quote-unquote, John Ford's Navy. His recruits for the Naval Field Photographic Unit, known simply as Field Photographic, were some of the best talents in Hollywood. They included writers Garson Kanin and Bud Schulberg, cinematographer Greg Toland, editor Robert Parrish, and special effects expert Ray Kellogg. In October 1941, the unit was transferred to the Office of the Coordinator of Information, COI, the predecessor of the OSS by Colonel Wild Bill Donovan. Ford and 30 of the men from the reserve unit became the official Field Photographic Division of the COI, and the unit was assigned an operating budget of $5 million for its first year. The name of the unit was later changed to the OSS Field Photographic Branch. Ford's initial job was to produce documentary films. The unit's charter was later expanded. They created OSS training films and documented OSS activities in the field. Some of the activities documented included OSS Detachment 101, the paramilitary unit that operated behind Japanese lines, and the landing in Normandy in June 1944. Ford was discharged with the rank of captain and later continued his service as a rear admiral during the Korean War. Ford received a Purple Heart after recommendation from Wild Bill Donovan. What happened to the OSS's Field Photographic Unit once the OSS ceased to function? We can assume the unit was absorbed by the motion picture production branch of the Department of Defense operated under Donald Burrough as the pictorial branch. There is also a connection between John Ford and Donald Burrough worth mentioning. Ford received first priority from the Department of Defense, DoD, to film a story about Commander Frank Wilbur Spig, Weed, months ahead of an attempt by Warner Brothers Pictures Distributing Corporation. Priority permission to Ford was granted by Donald E. Burrough, Chief, Motion Picture Section, Pictorial Branch, DoD. The motivation for the HUAC investigations and Hollywood blacklist was also likely linked to MGM's financial troubles post-World War II. The post-war years saw a decline in profits from MGM and the other studios. The number of high-grossing films in 1947 dwindled to 6, compared to 22 a year earlier. This resulted in the company making a loss for the first time in their history. The Hollywood blacklist would be a useful tool for the established studios. It provided the opportunity to blacklist competitors and talents not under contract to the big studios, who would potentially be a threat to the company's bottom line. On the other hand, the studio could blacklist contracted talent whose contracts they no longer desired to honor in these financially strained times. Mayer was pressured to tighten expenses by the studio's parent company, although Mayer's reputation as a quote-unquote big picture man would make that difficult. So, the blacklist would be a win-win for Mayer and MGM. In order to understand Mayer's power in Hollywood, it is important to note that Mayer helped create what is termed the Hollywood quote-unquote star system. At one point, he explained the process he went through in creating a star. The idea of a star being born is bourgeois. A star is made, created, carefully and cold-bloodedly built up from nothing, from nobody. All I ever looked for was a face. If someone looked good to me, I'd have him tested. If a person looked good on film, if he photographed well, we could do the rest. From this, we can assume that Hollywood stars were well aware that they were creations of studios and the power Mayer possessed. One example of this power is an encounter with a disgruntled Mickey Rooney, who refused a request of Mayer regarding his public behavior. In response, Mayer grabbed Rooney by his lapels and said, quote, "Listen to me. I don't care what you do in private. Just don't do it in public. In public, behave. Your fans expect it. You're Andy Hardy. You're the United States. You're the Stars and Stripes. Behave yourself. You're a symbol," unquote. Mickey nodded. Quote, "I'll be good, Mr. Mayer. I promise you that," unquote. Mayer let go of his lapels. "All right," he said. Mayer's controlling behavior wasn't the only abuse of power he exercised. According to Judy Garland, Mayer molested her when she was a child star working for MGM.
Well, we haven't had that problem in our studio. I heard Mr. Warner testify this morning. He says he's had it, but I can't say that I've had it.
Well, I understood you to say that it's impossible for them to get material into the pictures because you have a number of readers and other individuals that are that are always checking on it, that you yourself recently observed some information that might be, although under the circumstances of the writer it obviously wasn't. Now, what I would like to determine from you is what do you think will happen in a period of 5 or 10 or 15 years if these individuals keep on infiltrating 1, 2, or 3, or 4, and at that time we maybe won't have individuals that can keep this information out of the pictures?
I'm just hopeful, like I told you, Mr. Smith, in California, that perhaps out of this hearing, our Congress, recommended by this committee, will have legislation, there can be no question, to give us a policy how to handle American citizens who don't deserve to be, if they are communists, to get them out of our place.
and to seek to destroy this free American government that has afforded them their opportunity and has given them a place in the sun and positions of power and affluence.
My own opinion is, Mr. Congressman, I've so expressed many times in discussion, I think they're cracked. It can't be otherwise.
Amazingly, Louis B. Mayer's appearance as a friendly witness at the HUAC hearings wasn't his earliest connection to HUAC. An earlier iteration of HUAC, headed by Congressman Samuel Dickstein, focused on Nazi-related un-American activity from 1933 and conditioned the public that Germany was their new enemy and any favorable sentiments toward Germany were quote-unquote un-American. Mayer, along with fellow MGM executive Irving Thalberg, Rabbi Edgar Magnin, Warner Brothers' Jack Warner, Columbia Studios' Sam Briskin, Paramount's Emmanuel Cohen, and RKO production executive Pandro Berman, and other prominent producers and directors formed the Los Angeles Jewish Community Committee, LAJCC. The group financed the private investigations into local Nazi groups and their activities. The man who headed these private investigations, using a network of spies, was Leon Lewis, who raised a substantial sum equivalent to $400,000 from the LAJCC, sought financial support from the U.S. government as well, which was granted by Congressman Dickstein, who also appointed Lewis as the West Coast counsel to the HUAC committee. Lewis fed information acquired by his mysterious spy network to Dickstein's committee, prepared a list of witnesses from the committee's field visit to Los Angeles, and even drafted the questions the committee used to interrogate witnesses. LAJCC's man had significant power in management of these HUAC proceedings. Congressman Dickstein, however, alienated his fellow Democratic Party members with the sensationalist exaggerations and misrepresentation of evidence, as well as his browbeating questioning techniques, and was eventually removed from the committee. The LAJCC financed investigations and findings were not mentioned or included in the committee's final report in 1935 and have never been made public. It was later discovered that Congressman Dickstein was paid $1,250 a month from 1937 to early 1940 by the NKVD, the U.S. allied Soviet spy agency which hoped to get secret congressional information on anti-communist and pro-fascist forces. Interestingly, two of the Hollywood moguls that spearheaded the financing of Leon Lewis's private investigations, Louis B. Mayer and Jack L. Warner, went on to testify before HUAC as friendly witnesses in regards to communist infiltration of Hollywood. Not only that, both were proponents of the Hollywood blacklist that was a result of the closed-door meeting that they attended at the Waldorf Astoria following the conclusion of the HUAC hearings. Jack L. Warner produced Confessions of a Nazi Spy, the first blatantly anti-Nazi film to be produced by a major Hollywood studio, a film no doubt inspired by the LAJCC financed private investigations. This isn't the earliest link between this group of men and propaganda. As early as 1916, Louis B. Mayer had full charge of National Association of the Motion Picture Industry's NAMPI, New England War Campaign, and told Boston theater owners that motion pictures were, quote, the great intermediary between the public and the government of Washington, unquote. Widespread exhibition of films, said Mayer, provided, quote, invaluable aid to the government and its various propagandas, unquote. The resulting media perception was one that Mayer had desired and sought to manufacture, not only for his micromanaged stars and their image, but also for Hollywood, and that was the perception that they were patriotic. Mayer believed more than anyone that shaping people's perceptions shaped their reality. The use of the perceived threats of communism and Nazism gave the opportunity for this mostly foreign group made up of mainly Eastern European Jews external threats and ideology to fight against, and in doing so established themselves as patriotic voices and leaders rather than the reality of what they were, oppressive media barons of the establishment. Exposing this further is the fact that Mayer attempted to censor the motion picture film Citizen Kane. It is important to note that William Randolph Hearst, the media baron of the Hearst Corporation that the film Citizen Kane is based upon, was a mentor and friend of Mayer. Interestingly, Hearst's response to Wells came via his newspapers, accusing Wells of communist sympathies and questioning his patriotism. Mayer went so far to offer a bribe payment to RKO Studios of $842,000 in cash, provided that the studio's president, George Schaefer, would destroy the negative in all prints of Citizen Kane. Whether Mayer was a conduit of Hearst in his bribe attempt hasn't been clarified. Schaefer, however, refused the offer and in retaliation threatened to sue the Fox, Paramount, and Loews theater chains for conspiracy after they all refused to distribute the film. After rival publications to Hearst protested, the theater chains relented slightly and permitted a few showings. In the end, the film barely broke even. Another connection of interest is Mayer's link to the Ku Klux Klan propaganda film, The Birth of a Nation. Mayer made his first fortune from The Birth of a Nation, the controversial 1915 silent film that glorified the early history of the Ku Klux Klan. The film is based on The Klansman, a best-selling novel by a Southern Baptist minister who preached racial purity and championed the Confederacy.
Tonight I begin to narrate to you a special report of the Executive Intelligence Review entitled The Ugly Truth about the ADL. I want it clearly understood that the hour of the time has stated on many, many occasions that we oppose racism of any kind, in any form, by anyone. What you're going to discover is that the ADL, while calling many, many people anti-Semitic, are themselves one of the greatest racist groups that has ever existed upon the face of this earth. On April 14th, 1865, the day President Abraham Lincoln was shot, will live forever, ladies and gentlemen, as a day of infamy for American patriots and lovers of freedom all over the world. But for the leadership of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry and the Order of B'nai B'rith and its 20th century secret police arm, the Anti-Defamation League, April 14th, 1865, is a day that will be long remembered for a very different reason. The B'nai B'rith, a pivotal player in the British Freemasonic plot to destroy the Union, was implicated in Lincoln's assassination, something that you've never been taught. That fact does not square very well with its long cultivated but totally unwarranted reputation as a Jewish social service organization. Simon Wolf, 1835 to 1923, was the Washington, D.C. lawyer for the Order of B'nai B'rith during the entire period of the United States Civil War. He would later head the International Order of B'nai B'rith for many years. In 1862, Wolf was arrested by Lafayette C. Baker, the chief of detectives for the city of Washington, D.C., and later Lincoln's chief of the United States Secret Service, on charges that Wolf was involved in spying and blockade running on behalf of the Confederacy. Baker arrested Wolf, who was the attorney representing a number of Jews accused of spying for the South, on the grounds that he was part of a conspiratorial organization working on behalf of the secessionist cause behind the lines in the nation's capital. The conspiratorial organization named by Baker was the B'nai B'rith. Both Baker and United States General Ulysses S. Grant targeted the Order of B'nai B'rith as a Confederate spy agency. Upon taking command of the Western Front in 1862, General Grant issued Order Number 11, which expelled all Jews from the military district within 24 hours of its implementation. U.S. Grant was no anti-Semite, ladies and gentlemen. He was reacting to the activities of B'nai B'rith and leading Confederates like Judah P. Benjamin. Lincoln, however, cognizant of the need to avoid blanket attacks against religious or ethnic groups, rescinded the order. The Civil War was actually engineered and brought about by British intelligence through their arm, headed by Albert Pike, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, whose headquarters at that time was in Charleston, South Carolina. In 1987, B'nai B'rith authorized biography of Simon Wolf by Esther L. Panitz offered the following highly suggestive, albeit incomplete, description of Wolf's personal relationship with President Lincoln's assassin, John Wilkes Booth. Now bear in mind, folks, that this biography, written on the basis of B'nai B'rith's archives, written on the basis of B'nai B'rith's own archives, paints Wolf in the most favorable of lights. The mere fact that the author had to include Wolf's links to Booth and Wolf's earlier arrest as an alleged Confederate spy and blockade runner implies that the actual story is far uglier. I quote from the history of the B'nai B'rith. Wolf's concern for culture first expressed itself in the formation of a private club devoted to the arts and humanities and frequented by young men avid for learning. Were pride and ambition his only motives in seeking the intellectual life? Clearly, Wolf hoped that if he and his friends would devote themselves to the pursuit of learning, they would deflect the prejudicial statements of their Christian neighbors. Wolf was upset that terms such as money changers, cotton traders, and clothes dealers had become words of reproach. Locally, the group's theatrical productions received a good press. Wolf, who would often play the ghost in Hamlet or Shylock in The Merchant of Venice, bore an uncanny resemblance to John Wilkes Booth, Lincoln's assassin. Earlier in Cleveland, Booth had joined Wolf and Piazzotto in dramatic performances. Years afterward, Wolf remembered that he had met Booth once again at the Willard Hotel on the morning of the day Lincoln was shot. There at the bar, Booth explained that Senator John P. Hale's daughter had just rejected his marriage proposal. Wolfe attributed Lincoln's murder to this personal tragedy in Booth's own life. Wolfe also recalled that once he sat for a picture entitled, quote, "The Assassination of President Lincoln," end quote. In his own book, ladies and gentlemen, entitled Presidents I Have Known, Wolfe says that he and his longtime acquaintance John Wilkes Booth did some drinking together at the Willard Hotel on the day Booth shot Lincoln. Wolfe's and a second leading B'nai B'rith figure, Benjamin Piexoto's dealings with John Wilkes Booth were hardly cultural. Nor could Wolfe have possibly believed that Abraham Lincoln was killed because of John Wilkes Booth's unrequited love affair. Even John Hinckley, the would-be assassin of President Ronald Reagan, was declared insane when he tried to peddle the line that he had tried to kill Ronald Reagan due to an unfulfilled fantasy love affair with actress Jodie Foster. To understand the circumstances under which B'nai B'rith's Washington, D.C. leader and one of its founding members were circumstantially tied to the Lincoln assassination conspiracy and explicitly linked to the secessionist insurrection against the Union, it is necessary to look briefly at the circumstances under which the Order of B'nai B'rith was founded in 1843. Following the American Revolution, the British monarchy and its East India Company colonist apparatus never for a moment abandoned their commitment to reconquer the lost colonies in North America. Although the military effort at reconquest in the War of 1812 failed, other efforts to cede the United States with British agents, some drawn from the ranks of anti-Republican Tories who were permitted to retain their citizenship and property in America under the terms of the Treaty of Paris of 1783, were more successful. In 1801, the Tory faction of United States Freemasonry, the grouping of Freemasons who had sided with England during the American Revolution, opened up shop as the Grand Council of the Princes of Jerusalem, of the Mother Supreme Council, of the Knights Commander, of the House of the Temple of Solomon, of the 33rd degree, of the ancient and accepted order of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry in the United States. This United States-based British Freemasonic Lodge was chartered in Charleston, South Carolina. The members of this British-led secret society would direct the Confederate secessionist insurrection a half-century later, and other Scottish Rite members would be among the founders of the B'nai B'rith. They, too, would be leading Confederates. Apart from the esoteric mission of spreading an explicitly anti-Christian form of Roman pagan worship and occultism among the early generations of American citizens, the Charleston Lodge also sought to build up a network of pro-British merchants, spies, and politicians in both the North and the South, who would one day play a pivotal role in the reconquest. Many of these early Masons became wealthy through their business dealings with the British East India Company and the Dutch West India Company in both the cotton and the slave trade. Among the founding members of the Charleston Scottish Rite Lodge were many prominent Jews, including Isaac de Costa, Moses Cohen, Israel de Liban, Dr. Isaac Held, Moses Levy, and Moses Piexoto. Many of these men, ladies and gentlemen, were Sephardic Jews from North Africa or from Spain, who had originally settled in the Caribbean and engaged in the early slave trade. These Jewish Masons set up their organizations, which also maintained active liaison to Great Britain's powerful Jewish community. The Hebrew Orphan Aid Society was one such nominally benign group that would produce one of the most rabid secessionist leaders, Judah P. Benjamin. Although today, any reports of the Freemasonic roots and structure of B'nai B'rith are usually greeted with a torrent of allegations of anti-Semitism, back in the formative years, B'nai B'rith's own magazine, The Menorah, offered the following information about the founders of the group, and listen to this very carefully. Quote, Their reunions were frequent, and several of them being members of existing benevolent societies, especially the Order of Freemasons and Oddfellows, they finally concluded that a somewhat similar organization, but based upon the Jewish idea, would best obtain their object. The Jewish religion has many observances and customs corresponding to the secret societies known to us. The synagogue, for instance, might be compared to a lodge room. It used to be open twice a day. For a Jew desiring to find a friend, they had but to go there and make themselves known by a certain sign and token. The sign consisted of a grip with a full hand and the magical word, Shalom Aleichem. The mezuzah on the doorpost was the countersign. Shema Israel, Hear, O Israel, was the password. End quote. Indeed, to this day, all local chapters of the B'nai B'rith are referred to as lodges, a practice borrowed whole cloth from the Scottish Rite. When Moses saw some Jews of this B'nai B'rith type who tried to make their religion into a pagan secret society, he took the calf which they had made and burned it in the fire and ground it into powder. And Moses returned unto the Lord and said, O this people have sinned a great sin and made them gods of gold. The majority of Jews in America during the first generations following independence were opposed to the idea of a Jewish Freemasonic secret society. Most Jews are ordinary people like all of you listening and don't know anything anymore about what's happening in the world than you do. They are lied to just like you are lied to. They are deceived just like you are deceived, and they are easily manipulated because throughout the history of the world, they have been chosen as the scapegoat, as the enemy. And because of that, they can be easily led by organizations such as B'nai B'rith and the Anti-Defamation League. Israel Joseph Benjamin, a noted European Jew, in his memoirs 3 Years in America, 1859 to 62, wrote of the B'nai B'rith that, quote, this is a secret society like the Freemasons with passwords and the like, and was quite a new phenomenon for me. Still, I think the existence of such a society not at all necessary, end quote. He was right, ladies and gentlemen. The secret agenda of the B'nai B'rith, like that of the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite, was to destroy the Union and pave the way for reconquest. The ultimate goal, one world totalitarian socialist government. You see, B'nai B'rith is not the synagogue. B'nai B'rith is not Jews. B'nai B'rith is not Judaism. B'nai B'rith is just another organ under a different name of the ages-old Illuminati, who practiced the ancient mystery religion of Babylon in secret. They call themselves the Great White Brotherhood, the Brotherhood of Man, the Illumined Ones. And if you've listened to our series on Mystery Babylon, you know the rest. Two leading B'nai B'rith allied figures would serve as exemplars of the strategy for permanently dividing the Union. One was Judah P. Benjamin and the other August Belmont. Benjamin, who lived from 1811 to 1884, was born in the British West Indies to Sephardic Jewish parents who moved to Charleston, South Carolina in 1827. He was inducted into the Charleston Hebrew Orphan Aid Society, one of the precursors of the B'nai B'rith. After attending Yale College in New Haven, Connecticut, he was forced to drop out under a cloud of scandal. Benjamin surfaced in New Orleans, where he quickly won the patronage of John Slidell. Slidell, a United States senator who would later play a pivotal role in the Confederacy, and sponsored the career of August Belmont, who married Slidell's daughter. With Slidell's assistance, Benjamin became a prominent attorney, even serving for a period of time in the United States Attorney for New Orleans. Benjamin gained notoriety for covering up the growing terrorist activities of the Scottish Rite-sponsored Knights of the Golden Circle, while serving as the local federal prosecutor. In 1852, Benjamin was elected United States Senator, a post he retained until the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861, when he resigned to serve the Confederacy. Benjamin was the first Confederate Attorney General. He later served as Secretary of War and Secretary of State, ultimately running the Confederate Secret Service on behalf of Confederate President Jefferson Davis. And as the Mossad does today, he used innocent Jews in the North who were opposed to the dissolution of the Union to furnish information to the intelligence arm of the Confederacy. Judah Benjamin escaped to England following the defeat of the Confederate secessionist plot. It was Benjamin's Confederate Secret Service which organized and supervised such figures in the assassination of Abraham Lincoln as John Wilkes Booth and his accomplice, John Surratt. Benjamin was charged with sedition for the Lincoln assassination, although he was never brought to trial due to his protectus status in England. With the help of a leading Rothschild political asset in England, Baron Pollock, Benjamin continued his legal career in London. He never abandoned his commitment to subvert and destroy the American Republic. However, as a wealthy lawyer for the British merchant oligarchs, Judah Benjamin collaborated with other exiled Confederate and Masonic strategists in England, such as James D. Bullock and Robert Toombs. Benjamin's continuing preoccupation with defeating Reconstruction is indicated in letters he wrote back to the United States with complaints such as these. Quote, I have always looked with the utmost dread and distrust on the experiment of emancipation so suddenly enforced on the South by the event of the war. God knows how it will all end, end quote. And then he went on to say, quote, the South is kept crushed under Negro rule. I can never consent to go to New Orleans and break my heart witnessing the rule of Negroes and carpetbaggers. Nothing is so abhorrent to me as radicalism which seeks to elevate the populace into the governing class. End quote. And that indeed is the sympathy of all of those who call themselves illumined. You see, we are all nothing but cattle, stupid animals, and they are the only ones who have truly mature minds, and thus are the only ones with the right to rule. The Ku Klux Klan, none of you were ever taught this, but it's the truth. The Ku Klux Klan, KKK, was founded in Tennessee in the late 1860s by the Southern Scottish Rite leadership under Albert Pike. The KKK drew its membership from the pre-Civil War Knights of the Golden Circle. Judah P. Benjamin's early role in sponsoring and protecting both the Knights of the Golden Circle and the Ku Klux Klan offers a crucial insight into the B'nai B'rith. ADL's later role in fostering the revival of the KKK in the post-World War II period. We shall return to that sordid tale, ladies and gentlemen, later in this series of broadcasts. Another Rothschild and B'nai B'rith ally who enjoyed the political patronage of Arch-Confederate John Slidell, August Belmont, was Judah Benjamin's northern counterpart, a private secretary to the British House of Rothschild who arrived in New York City from London in 1837. Belmont rose to the chairmanship of the Democratic Party, a position he held for 20 years. Belmont was a leading advocate of free trade and states' rights, both cornerstones of the British Reconquest scheme. Prior to his emergence as a leading figure in the National Democratic Party, Belmont worked closely with the Charleston, South Carolina B'nai B'rith in fomenting radicalism among Americans' youth. The effort was in this case run directly by the Mother Lodge of the Scottish Rite in England, then under the command of Britain's Prime Minister, Lord Palmerston. At Belmont's behest, Charleston's B'nai B'rith leader, Edwin de Leon, wrote a pamphlet in the early 1850s entitled The Position and Duties of Young American. De Leon, whose family were slave traders, B'nai B'rith founders, and later leading Confederates, peddled free trade and openly advocated a strong Anglo-American alliance. While by today's standards, the appeal for a strong Anglo-American alliance may seem palatable to some, back in the middle of the 19th century, this was borderline treason. Ladies and gentlemen, the phone is ringing off the wall as the fanatics try to get through to deny this. It is the truth. The original research was done by the Executive Intelligence Review. CAGI has duplicated the research down to the T to make sure that this material is true. And it is absolutely 100% legitimate and historical truth from beginning to end. And that's why the ADL and B'nai B'rith has never sued the Executive Intelligence Review over this report. Belmont's Young America members were among the draft rioters and radical abolitionists who disrupted Lincoln's Union war mobilization to the benefit of the Confederacy and England. During the early phase of the Civil War, England tried repeatedly to intervene into the conflict with ceasefire plans that would have ensured the permanent dissolution of the Union. During the Civil War itself, while the majority of American Jews sided with the North, make sure you understand this, folks, so you know that this is not a racist or anti-Semitic program or report. The majority of American Jews sided with the North and fought valiantly to preserve the Union. The B'nai B'rith was predominantly pro-Confederate. Even in New York City, the lodges preached secession. The Baltimore Hebrew congregation, founded by Dutch Jews who made their money in the slave trade, heard sermons by Rabbi Morris Raphael and the following. And he said this, quote, "Who can blame our brethren of the South for their being inclined to succeed from a society under whose government their ends cannot be attained, and whose union is kept together by heavy iron ties of violence and arbitrary force? Who can blame our brethren of the South for succeeding from a society whose government cannot and will not protect property rights and privileges of a great portion of the Union?" End quote. Following the Civil War and the assassination of President Lincoln, many of the Jewish slave and cotton traders from the South, typified by the Lehman Brothers, moved to New York City and became prominent in Wall Street banking and stock brokerages. With the defeat of President Lincoln's Reconstruction program following his assassination, President Andrew Johnson pardoned the Scottish Rite insurrectionists. Now listen to this closely. President Andrew Johnson pardoned the Scottish Rite insurrectionists, including General Albert Pike, and accepted a rank of 32nd degree in the Southern Jurisdiction Freemasons. That was his reward. Suspected Lincoln assassination plotter Simon Wolfe was also absolved of any criminal culpability for his wartime activities. Only non-Freemasons and non-B'nai B'rith were prosecuted for the crimes they committed during the Civil War. The legacy of British Freemasonic treachery against the Union survived intact, including the B'nai B'rith. Although the slave trade nominally was banned in the United States as a result of Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, a new form of slavery had already been launched by the British East India Company and its Scottish Rite directors, including the same Lord Palmerston who had played so pivotal a role in the secessionist insurrection. The new form of slavery was drugs, opium. Henry Carey, one of the architects of Abraham Lincoln's Reconstruction program and a leading proponent of the American system of political economy, warned about Britain's opium war against China and India in his 1853 book, The Slave Trade, Domestic and Foreign. Get the book and read it. He described the trade in, quote, "that pernicious drug opium," end quote, as, quote, "one of perfect free trade," end quote. Defeated in the secessionist insurrectionist plot, Britain and its fifth column of agents in both the North and the South would eventually regroup around a strategy for running an opium war against the United States. As the reader will learn in later chapters, the B'nai B'rith and its Anti-Defamation League's secret lodge played a central role in the drugging of America.
Joseph McCarthy came to prominence in the 1950s. His eventual successful Senate campaign was dogged by a smear campaign, which was later revealed to be partly projection from McCarthy. One of McCarthy's attacks included claims of war profiteering by his opponent. McCarthy himself made a fortune from stock market investments during the Second World War. It is still unclear exactly where McCarthy acquired the investment capital to make such investments. McCarthy's campaign funds came from out of state and amounted to 10 times that raised by his political opposition. Ironically, McCarthy benefited from a Communist Party vendetta against his opponent and helped him win the race. McCarthy ran a hawkish pro-military platform, adopting the moniker tail gunner, referring to his military service that assisted in creating a patriotic and no-nonsense persona. McCarthy's first 3 years in the Senate were unremarkable. He was a popular speaker, invited by many different organizations covering a wide range of topics. His aides and many in the Washington social circles described him as charming and friendly, and he was a popular guest at cocktail parties. He was far less well-liked among fellow senators, however, who found him quick-tempered and prone to impatience and even rage. Outside of a small circle of colleagues, he was soon an isolated figure in the Senate.
Joseph McCarthy was only 40 in 1950 when he came to Wheeling. He was not a well-regarded senator at that time. He had a penchant for calling his fellow senators names. He was always a rather rumpled, had an edge to him. But he was at the height of his power in a sense. He had a photographic memory. He was a very bright man. Unfortunately, he also tended to lie about a lot of things. He made up his own resume, a lot of which was not true. And he had been elected to the Senate in 1946. He was coming up for re-election in 1952, and this was 1950, and a lot of people felt he hadn't done a lot, and he was getting a little concerned. So he got a group of advisors together in the colony in D.C., one of which was a Jesuit priest from Georgetown. And he said, "What can I run on? I need an issue." And the Jesuit priest pushed very much anti-communism, traitors in the government. So that was kind of the basis for his hitting on a theme for his re-election campaign.
You may have heard of the Red Scare of the 1950s, the fear stoked by Republican Senator Joseph McCarthy that communists had infested the federal government. But a panic of a different shade
homosexuals must not be handling top-secret material
led to a much wider purge of gay employees that long outlasted McCarthy's tenure.
The pervert is easy prey to the blackmailer.
David K. Johnson is the author of the definitive history of what's come to be known as the Lavender Scare.
What is the Lavender Scare?
I describe it as a fear, right? A fear that permeated Cold War political culture. This fear that gay people were a threat to national security, that they had infiltrated the federal government, and that they needed to be systematically removed from government service.
The rooting out of homosexual employees became official policy with an executive order signed by newly elected President Dwight D. Eisenhower in 1953. Between 5,000 and 10,000 people were fired or resigned, and we'll never know how many didn't pursue their dreams for fear of exposure. Other stories ended in the worst possible way. Drew Ference, the son of immigrants, spoke 5 languages and was serving in the U.S. Embassy in Paris when investigators confronted him with evidence that he was gay. Shortly after confessing, he killed himself. He wasn't the only one.
I saw lots of news reports, newspaper reports of single young men, government employees who committed suicide in Washington for no apparent reason.
How many gay federal employees actually spied for foreign governments?
There was not a single example of a gay man or lesbian who ever submitted to blackmail by a foreign agent. Not a single one.
Lester Hunt became, I think, in the late 40s and the early 50s, one of the most significant politicians in the country whose name is not remembered. Part of the problem is that the nature of his death overshadowed the accomplishments of his life. Because in 1954 there was enormous stigma both about homosexuality and about suicide. As a politician, Lester Hunt was enormously well liked. This always has been a state where Democrats have a hard time getting elected. But the first time he ran for office, he was the top vote getter in his county, got elected to the legislature. People around the state then asked him to run for state office, and he became Secretary of State, then governor. He was somebody who took public service seriously, believed that if there was a problem to be solved, he needed to lead the way to get it done. And as a result, he became, as a Democrat, the most popular politician in the state. McCarthy was elected to the U.S. Senate 2 years ahead of Lester Hunt. The relationship between Hunt and McCarthy was bad from the very beginning. 3 months after Hunt was sworn into the Senate, he was appointed to a select committee to investigate Nazi war crimes at the Battle of the Bulge. At the end of World War II, Nazis had massacred dozens of American soldiers after the Battle of the Bulge, and after the war were tried as war criminals. Eventually, he stormed out of the committee, wrote his own report, accused Hunt and the other 2 of whitewashing the investigation. And so that was Lester Hunt's introduction, not just to Washington, but to Joe McCarthy. And Hunt would soon become the first major politician in this country to challenge McCarthy publicly, and he called him a liar and a drunk. Hunt and his wife lived in a house that overlooked some apartment buildings below, and he could see the patio behind Joe McCarthy's apartment, and he often talked about how he was forced to sit and watch McCarthy drink and cavort with women, and Joe McCarthy was just not Lester Hunt's type of guy. Hunt introduced legislation to allow citizens to sue members of Congress for slander, specifically targeted at McCarthy for the ways in which he had ruined so many lives. So the 2 of them were very antagonistic. At one point, an elevator operator in the Senate office building reported to Senator Hunt that he had overheard a conversation, McCarthy to another person, where McCarthy said, "I'm going to get that SOB if it's the last thing I do." And so they were at each other from the beginning. That relationship was very antagonistic. In June of 1953, Lester Hunt's son, a young adult, was arrested in Lafayette Park across the street from the White House by an undercover agent for soliciting homosexual sex. The background to that incident is really a fascinating piece of history. because when you look at the LGBT community before McCarthy, certainly there was discrimination, but homosexuals were not targeted. They seldom lost their job because of their sexual orientation. They had a vibrant social community in the large cities, including Washington, where there were parks and restaurants and bars and other places where they gathered without being hassled by policemen or others. McCarthy comes along, and of course he makes his Wheeling, West Virginia speech with the allegation that there were all of these communists in the State Department. When he couldn't prove that, Senator Stiles Bridges, who was one of the conspirators in the blackmail against Lester Hunt, very powerful. He was the Senate pro tem, in those days third in line to become president of the United States. He goes to McCarthy and says, look, you're having a hard time proving that there are communists in the State Department, but there are homosexuals. And we all know that homosexuals are security risks. So during one of the Senate hearings on McCarthy's allegations, the State Department testified, and they were asked. One of the senators said, we're aware that you recently fired 91 people from State Department jobs. Is that because they were communists? He said, no, they weren't communists, but they were homosexuals. And McCarthy and others began to conflate the issue of national security with sexual orientation, saying that homosexuals were security risks. Went so far as to make the outrageous claim that Adolf Hitler had assembled a lengthy list of American homosexuals with the goal of compromising their loyalty and turning them into spies for the Nazis. And that at the end of World War II, that list had fallen into Stalin's hands, and now Stalin was busy using that list to recruit spies for the Soviet Union. And so in all of the growing fervor about the Cold War, this allegation overnight turned much of the country against homosexuals. New laws were passed. Congress put pressure on the District of Columbia police force to make arrests, to cite alleged homosexuals, so that their names could be identified and they could be fired from federal government jobs. As a result, thousands lost their jobs. The DC Police Department created what they called the Pervert Elimination Squad. It was about 600 undercover officers who would go out into the community, to the bars and the restaurants and the parks, to make eye contact with males. They were targeted at males, and arrest them. And that was one of the undercover officers Lester Hunt Jr. encountered that night in June of 1953. Initially, the U.S. attorney and the arresting police officer made the decision that the charges should be dismissed. Young Hunt was a seminarian student, never had any problem with the law, would have been kicked out of his seminary if this charge went forward, and so they said, we'll dismiss the charges. Well, Senators Bridges and Senator Welker, Herman Welker from Idaho, were the two leading Republicans then who learned about this. And so they called in the police officer, made all sorts of threats about him, claimed they had evidence that he had taken a bribe in order to drop the charges. Then they contacted a friend of Lester Hunt's, who was also a friend of Herman Welker's, a guy named Red Jacoby, who's a big name in Wyoming history. He was the athletic director in years when Wyoming won a national basketball championship. And so Welker and Bridges call Jacoby and say, hey, look, you need to warn your good friend Lester Hunt that if he doesn't resign from the Senate immediately, we're going to make sure these charges against his son are reinstated, and we're going to get him convicted, and that'll be a problem for him politically. Well, Hunt said, I won't be blackmailed, and so they did get the charges reinstated. And that October, young Hunt went to trial, a week-long trial in the District of Columbia, and he was convicted. At Christmas time in 1953, while the Hunts were back in Wyoming celebrating Christmas, somebody broke into their Washington, D.C. apartment, ransacked it, took nothing of value, but it was clear that they were looking for something that they thought would be there that would help smear Lester Hunt's name, and there, of course, was nothing. But if you can imagine the pressure that would put on Senator Hunt and his wife, that having had your privacy invaded like that. And so they talked for several months about whether or not to run again. Polls showed he would win overwhelmingly. And so in April of 1954, he announced for re-election. The senators, Welker and Bridges, continued up the ante. They printed 25,000 posters, told Senator Hunt that if he didn't resign immediately, that they would put one of those in every mailbox in Wyoming. Now, the reason they needed him to resign immediately is that the control of the Senate was one seat to the Democrats. And here you have this Democrat in Republican Wyoming. If they could just get him to resign, the Republican governor in Wyoming would appoint a Republican, and control of the Senate would shift overnight. And so that's why that pressure. And then on the day before Lester Hunt kills himself, the reason happens. People who understand suicide say that those who think about it go through kind of a roller coaster, up and down. One day they feel like they want to take their life, the next day maybe not. But for those who ultimately do take their life, there's something that happens in the hours preceding the suicide that is the final straw. And for Lester Hunt, that was a Joe McCarthy press conference on Friday afternoon, when McCarthy announces publicly that he intends to open a Senate hearing to investigate a Democratic member of the Senate who was involved in taking a bribe. That's the big piece of evidence that connects Joe McCarthy to the conspiracy, because the only people who had ever talked about a bribe were Senators Bridges and Welker back in the fall of 1953, when in a private meeting with the police officer, when they said, "We have evidence that you took a bribe." Now, in my sense of these things is that when that happened, when McCarthy made that announcement, though he felt he was innocent, he understood as well as anybody what it would mean to be dragged through a Joe McCarthy hearing, and how much of your name would be smeared and your reputation ruined. He was already distraught because he knew that last October and September, if he had just resigned from the Senate then, his son could have been spared all of this, his wife could have been spared all of it, and their life could have started over. So now we're in June of 1954. His son has been convicted. There have been all these threats about the blackmail, and now he is looking ahead to a future where he's going to be a target of a McCarthy hearing. He's already announced he would not run for re-election. He had pulled out of the race. But that wasn't enough for these people. They needed to get him out of the Senate now so that the control of the Senate could shift before the fall elections. And so my sense of it, after getting to know Hunt through his letters and his diaries and his speeches, is that that's the moment when he said, there's only one way out of this. And early the next morning, he took it. In my view, that was the end for Joe McCarthy. Just a few days before all of this happened were the Army McCarthy hearings that really started McCarthy's downfall and caused the public to begin to turn on McCarthy. But I think that when one of their own, a very popular colleague in the Senate, committed suicide, others had committed suicide as a result of Joe McCarthy, but when it was one of their own, and a man as popular and well-liked as Hunt, I think that turned the tide solidly against McCarthy, and it was just a few months later that he was censured by the Senate, and the end came for him.
McCarthy experienced a meteoric rise in national profile on February 9, 1950, when he gave a Lincoln Day speech to the Republican Women's Club of Wheeling, West Virginia. No recordings of the speech exist. However, it is generally agreed that he produced a piece of paper that he claimed contained a list of known communists working for the State Department. McCarthy is usually quoted to have said, quote, "The State Department is infested with communists. I have here in my hand a list of 205, a list of names that were made known to the Secretary of State as being members of the Communist Party, and who nevertheless are still working and shaping policy in the State Department, unquote. These sensationalist claims were picked up by the media and catapulted McCarthy into the limelight. The origin of the number 205 can be traced. In later debates on the Senate floor, McCarthy referred to a 1946 letter that then Secretary of State James Burns sent to Congressman Adolph J. Sabath. In that letter, Burns said State Department security investigations had resulted in, quote, recommendation against permanent employment, unquote, for 284 persons, and that 79 of these had been removed from their jobs. This left 205 still on the State Department's payroll. In fact, by the time of McCarthy's speech, only about 65 of the employees mentioned in the Burns letter were still with the State Department, and all of these had undergone further security checks.
Then toward the end of the talk, he made what was the key to the talk and what started him on the road to what became known as McCarthyism. And I want to read exactly the words from the newspaper. And what he said was, while I cannot take the time to name all the men in the State Department who have been named as members of the Communist Party and members of aspiring, I have here in my hand a list of 205, and he waved a piece of paper to the people, that were known to the Secretary of State as being members of the Communist Party, who nevertheless are still working and shaping the policy in the State Department. Now, anybody that had the sense to hear, this was a terrific charge, because he was saying there were card-carrying communists in the State Department working as members of the American government, and the Secretary of State knew this, and they were still there. Well, then he went on. Of course, he continued his talk, and at the end he said, well, now, it's a moral battle between good and evil. The chips are down. The chips are truly down. He kind of ended with that. And there were some questions and answers. He even invited the audience to talk to him. And there it lay. Now, WWVA, the local radio station, had carried his talk. One of the reporters from the Wheeling Intelligencer in the paper the next day had reported verbatim a lot of what he had said. When McCarthy was to go back to the airport, he was shown the paper, and the headline in the Wheeling paper was, McCarthy charges the Reds hold U.S. jobs. And they said he was tickled with the headline. And it was beginning to dawn on him he had something here. And he was set up for a series of talks. The next day he flew out to Salt Lake City. Then after that he was going to go to Reno, Nevada, and another. He made the same statement in Salt Lake City, except he changed the number from 205 to, I think, 58. Then in his next talk, in next series of talks, the number went to 81. He was always changing the number because he had no list. He had no names. It was all a big lie. And only several weeks later in March, Herblock, the great cartoonist for the Washington Post, did a cartoon. And he had cans of tar. And at the largest can of tar he had put across it McCarthyism. And he's the one that actually coined the phrase McCarthyism, which was you're tarring people, and usually for no good reason. In the last 2 years of Truman's time, 6,000 people left government. I mean, there were all kinds of questionnaires and security checks on people in government to an nth degree, and we lost experts in the State Department because of this crusade.
McCarthy himself was taken aback by the massive media response to the Wheeling speech, and he was accused of continually revising both his charges and figures. In Salt Lake City, Utah, a few days later, he cited a figure of 57. And in the Senate on February 20th, 1950, He claimed 81. During a 5-hour speech, McCarthy presented a case-by-case analysis of his 81 quote-unquote loyalty risks employed at the State Department. It is widely accepted that most of McCarthy's cases were selected from the so-called quote-unquote Lee list, led by a former FBI agent named Robert E. Lee. The House investigators had reviewed security clearance documents on State Department employees and had determined that there were, quote, incidents of inefficiencies, unquote, in the security reviews of 108 employees. McCarthy hid the source of his list, stating that he had penetrated the quote-unquote Iron Curtain of State Department secrecy with the aid of, quote, some good loyal Americans in the State Department, unquote. In reciting the information from the Lee list cases, McCarthy consistently exaggerated, representing the hearsay of witnesses as facts and converting phrases such as, quote, inclined towards communism, unquote, to, quote, a communist, unquote. The source of the Lee list obtained by McCarthy could have come directly from his friend and FBI director, J. Edgar Hoover. The then 24-year-old Roy Cohn, prosecution member in the Rosenberg trial, was brought to the attention of Hoover, who recommended him to McCarthy. Cohn was subsequently appointed as his chief counsel. In response to McCarthy's charges, the Senate voted unanimously to investigate, and the Tidings Committee hearings were called. This was a subcommittee of the United States Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, set up in February 1950 to conduct, quote, a full and complete study and investigation as to whether persons who are disloyal to the United States are or have been employed by the Department of State, unquote. Many Democrats were incensed at McCarthy's attack on the State Department of a Democratic administration and had hoped to use the hearings to discredit him. From its beginning, the Tidings Committee was marked by partisan infighting. Its final report, written by the Democratic majority, concluded that the individuals on McCarthy's list were neither communist nor pro-communist, and said the State Department had an effective security program. The Tidings report labeled McCarthy's charges a, quote, fraud and a hoax, unquote, and said that the result of McCarthy's actions was to, quote, confuse and divide the American people to a degree far beyond the hopes of the communists themselves, unquote.
Of course, 1952, there was a Republican victory, Eisenhower, and the Senate went Republican, which meant McCarthy got the chair position of two important committees, and one was an investigatory committee for government, and he took off. People would resign from government rather than come before his committee. People feared Joseph McCarthy because if you took him on in the Senate, you could often end up without a job. He had power. It's subpoena power. He had all kinds of power. The farther he went, he took on General George Marshall, the hero of World War II, and he just went after Marshall. And they thought surely Eisenhower would come out and just take him on. But he didn't. That wasn't Eisenhower's way. But when he took on Marshall, that was pretty bad. And then he went after the Army and communists in the Army. And you didn't take on the Army too easily, and so the Army had a lawyer, Mr. Welsh.
A form for a commission in the Army. Senator McCarthy, I don't know the slightest thing about the application he filled out. Mr. Jenkins, you don't know one thing about that? Senator McCarthy, I never saw it. Senator, I have the application that David Shine filled out. And I can show you...
Don't tell me I notarized it.
I'm sorry?
I said, don't tell me I notarized it.
No, you merely signed it.
There were 36 days of hearings in 1954 and television. came into the picture. And people began to see, and I must say too, McCarthy was a heavy drinker, and he was starting to go too far. He would interrupt people terribly. Point of order, point of order.
Mr. Wells, you have a point of order?
I don't know what it is, but it's a point of something.
Point of order, you may state it.
My point of order is that Mr. Jenkins yesterday was imposed upon, and so was the Secretary of the Army, by having a doctored or altered photograph produced in this courtroom as if it were honest.
This is a committee room, Mr. Wells.
A committee room, and produced as if it were honest.
And it was just rude and unruly, and they said actually people started to joke about point of order on the streets of America. But when TV showed for 36 days running the kind of guy he was, he lost a lot of public support. The Republicans lost the Senate in 1954, and so the Senate then decided to censor Joseph McCarthy. And they did by a vote of, I think, 67 to 22, and all the people voted for him were Republicans. And that was the end of him pretty much. At the end of the trail, there was never anybody in the government that they could prove was a card-carrying communist. Never. McCarthy had lost his base, and he kind of faded away. And this was a man that needed constant attention. When he walked in a room, he wanted to be noticed. He wanted to be the center of attention. And without that, he lost something of himself. He began to drink more heavily. And he actually was dead within 7 years of wheeling. He was 48 years of age. He died of cirrhosis of the liver. His body shut down because of the heavy drinking.
Cohn assisted McCarthy's work for the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, becoming known for his aggressive questioning of suspected communists. Cohn preferred not to hold hearings in open forums, which went well with McCarthy's preference for holding quote-unquote executive sessions and quote-unquote off-the-record sessions away from the Capitol to minimize public scrutiny and to question witnesses with relative impunity. Cohn was given free rein in pursuit of many investigations, with McCarthy joining in only for the more publicized sessions. Cohn played a major role in McCarthy's anti-communist hearings. During the Lavender Scare, Cohn and McCarthy attempted to enhance anti-communist fervor in the country by claiming that communists overseas had convinced several closeted homosexuals employed by the U.S. federal government to pass on important government secrets in exchange for keeping their sexuality secret. President Dwight Eisenhower signed an executive order on April 29, 1953, to ban homosexuals from working in the federal government. Ironic, as at that time, Roy Cohn himself was a closeted homosexual. The intriguing Hank Greenspun, the publisher of the Las Vegas Sun newspaper, convicted arms trafficker to the terrorist group Haganah with Jewish mob connections, who was known to have sexual compromised material on politicians, claimed McCarthy was a homosexual. The next layer to this subject matter is understanding that J. Edgar Hoover was sexually compromised himself. Chicago outfit mobster John Rosselli said that Hoover had been arrested on charges of homosexuality in New Orleans in the 1920s. Hoover could have hardly picked a worse city to be compromised in. New Orleans police and officials were notoriously corrupt, puppets of the mafia boss and Meyer-Lansky ally, Carlos Marcello. Meyer-Lansky is also said to have obtained hard proof of Hoover's homosexuality and used it to neutralize the FBI as a threat to his own operations. In 1971, top Las Vegas mafia figure Irving Ash Resnick talked with the writer Pete Hamill. He spoke of Lansky as a genius and as the man who, quote, nailed J. Edgar Hoover, unquote. Hamill was told that Lansky had some pictures of Hoover in some kind of gay situation with Clyde Tolson, and that Lansky was the guy who controlled the pictures and he had made a deal with Hoover to lay off. In 1990, Seymour Pollock, speaking of his close friend Meyer Lansky on the issue of what he had on Hoover, said, quote, "Meyer was closed-mouthed. I don't think he even discussed the details of the Hoover thing with his brother. Lansky had more than information on Hoover. He had page, chapter, and verse. One night when we were sitting around in his apartment at the Rosita de Hornedo, we were talking about Hoover, and Meyer laughed and said, 'I fixed that son of a bitch, didn't I?' Unquote. That was the reason why, for a long time, the mob had nothing to fear from the FBI. During World War II, the OSS and Naval Intelligence collaborated with the Mafia. The Mafia assisted in protecting American ports from Axis agents, and with the Allied invasion of Sicily. Lansky assisted personally with those operations. Former OSS man John Weitz also confirmed that a former OSS boss, James Jesus Angleton, had shown him mob-obtained sexually compromising photographs of Hoover with his boyfriend, Clyde Tolson, that were used for blackmail purposes. Angleton was head of OSS operations in Italy during World War II, overseeing collaborative operations with the Mafia. Cohn was described by Michael Cruz in Politico as, quote, "a tangle of contradictions, a Jewish anti-Semite and a homosexual homophobe. Vehemently closeted but insatiably promiscuous," unquote. Cohn's anti-Semitism and staunch anti-communism was portrayed as from one who strongly identified as a Jew, but who felt that Jewish organizations did not do enough to support those Jews who were advancing the fight against communism. Cohn was remembered by college friends as, quote, "reacting almost violently to any Jew suspected of pro-communist leanings," unquote. A TV producer claimed that Cohn had said that, quote, "although not all Jews are communists, but all communists are Jews," unquote. Cohn was also a member of the U.S. Department of Justice's prosecution team at the 1951 espionage trial of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Cohn's direct examination of Ethel's brother, David Greenglass, produced testimony that was central to the Rosenbergs' conviction and subsequent execution. On June 18, 1952, Cohn was awarded a plaque by the AJLAC for outstanding accomplishment in the cause of Americanism and his noteworthy devotion to the principles of Judaism. Cohn is pictured here receiving the award from Rabbi Benjamin Schultz alongside his parents, Judge and Mrs. Albert Cohn. Albert Cohn was a New York State Supreme Court justice. He was a powerful man that rubbed shoulders with the Jewish elites. particularly a group of influential Jews that included Jacob Schiff, Bernard Burrough, and Samuel Untermeyer, who supported and had significant influence over the presidency of Woodrow Wilson. Albert himself was influential in Democratic Party politics, and it was New York Governor Herbert Lehman that promoted Albert to the New York Supreme Court. Albert was also president of B'nai B'rith's Rehoboth Lodge 38. Roy Cohn and Bernard Burrough. Besides both of their links to the AJLAC and B'nai B'rith, the year before he died, Bernard Burrough gave Roy Cohn a character reference when Cohn was first being prosecuted for perjury and obstruction of justice. As mentioned earlier, Cohn caught the attention of J. Edgar Hoover during the Rosenberg trial. Hoover and Cohn maintained a relationship for over 20 years, exchanging Christmas gifts. The relationship adds fuel to the fire that Hoover himself was said to be homosexual. M. Wesley Swearingen, an FBI agent from 1951 to 1977, writes in his memoir, FBI Secrets, An Agent's Exposé, about the long-standing rumors within the Bureau concerning the relationship between Hoover and Associate Director Clyde Tolson, which include allegations that Hoover ignored the Mafia for decades because they had sexual compromise material. Chasing ghosts or imaginary communists gave Hoover's FBI something to focus on while they turned a blind eye to mob activity. Interestingly, Cohn would later go on to represent mob boss Anthony Fat Tony Salerno when the FBI began cracking down on mob activity after Hoover died. In the fallout of the Army McCarthy hearings, the anti-communism movement was on life support. However, there were still a loyal base of supporters invested in the AJLAC and their McCarthyism project. AJLAC's Rabbi Schultz attempted to rehabilitate Roy Cohn by launching a series of gala evenings for Cohn to take place in various locations on the East Coast as a way of keeping active with their base supporters and donors. Time magazine described the first of these dinners, held on July 29th in Manhattan, as, quote, one enchanted evening, unquote. Schultz awarded Cohn with a plaque, quote, in recognition of his battle for his God and country, which has inspired America, unquote, stating that, quote, the plain people of America know that the loss of Cohn is like the loss of a dozen battleships, unquote. Rabbi Schultz introduced McCarthy to the attendees, referring to him as his quote-unquote hero. However, after his condemnation and censure, McCarthy declined both physically and emotionally. He became a, quote, pale ghost of his former self, unquote, in the words of Fred J. Cook. It was reported that McCarthy suffered from cirrhosis of the liver and was frequently hospitalized for alcohol abuse. Reluctantly, the AJLAC crowd realized it was time to take a new direction. Enter William F. Buckley. The first new right, succeeding the old right, was centered around the libertarians, traditionalists, and anti-communists at William F. Buckley's National Review, which was closely aligned with the American Jewish League Against Communism, AJLAC. Buckley himself was previously a speechwriter for Senator McCarthy. Quote, "The guts of the new conservatism," wrote Murray Rothbard, "was the mobilization of big government for the worldwide crusade against communism," unquote. Rothbard was a frequent contributor to the magazine The Freeman, along with AJLAC members Maury Riskind and George Sokolsky. The Libertarian magazine was widely considered to be an important forerunner to Buckley's National Review magazine, which was founded in 1955, and which, from its inception, included many of the same contributing editors. McCarthy's chief support was Alfred Kohlberg, an international merchant trader with business interests in China and Hong Kong, who became a founding member of the China Lobby and the head of the board of directors of the American China Policy Association, Incorporated. McCarthy's connections to the China Lobby came through his close associate, Kohlberg. Kohlberg was a founding director of the original National Council of the John Birch Society in 1958, as well as a member of the American Jewish League Against Communism, and was the chairman at the Joint Committee Against Communism. Kohlberg embraced almost any ally, so long as it opposed communism in ways supportive of U.S. business interests. The politicians and leaders he admired most and befriended, as well as McCarthy, include Chiang Kai-shek, South Korean leader Syngman Rhee, Senators McCarran and Jenner, Richard Nixon, and at the end of his life, Barry M. Goldwater. Riskin himself helped to finance the launch of the magazine. Other links of Buckley's to this network go back to years prior to a dinner event honoring Buckley on the publication of the book God and Man at Yale that was held at the University Club on October 22, 1951. Those in attendance included Merwin K. Hart, Alfred Kohlberg, Joseph P. Camp, and J.B. Matthews. Roy Cohn himself was linked to the National Review via his law partner, Thomas Bolin. Bolin was a Republican powerhouse who did legal work for the Trump family. Bolin was a close personal friend of Buckley, whom he helped found the National Review with and served on its board of directors for many years. According to his longtime friend Larry Kudlow, Bolin was, quote, instrumental to the recovery of conservatism from the 50s onward by co-founding the New York Conservative Party and chairing the East Side Conservative Club. They were central points to the revival of conservative thinking and activity, unquote. Both Buckley and Bolin were Knights of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. Buckley's background ties him to the heart of U.S. intelligence. His family has several ties to Yale's Skull and Bones Secret Society and the CIA. Buckley was a part of both. Buckley's rarely mentioned father, William F. Buckley Sr., who just happened to be friends with the AJLAC's Merwin K. Hart, was a key figure in the representation of U.S. business interests in Mexico. In 1908, Buckley Sr. moved to Mexico, where, together with his brother Claude, he founded the law firm of Buckley and Buckley to represent major American and European oil companies operating in Mexico. In 1912, he opened an office with his other brother Edmund in Tampico. In 1913, Buckley founded and became president of the Pantepec Oil Company, based in Tampico. In 1914, during tensions with the United States, Mexican President Huerta appointed Buckley counsel for a convention organized by Argentina, Brazil, and Colombia. The nations known as the ABC powers were working to mediate relations between Mexico and the U.S. because of their implications for Latin America. Buckley turned his legal practice over to his brothers to speculate in real estate and leasing of oil lands. He then formed the American Association of Mexico, AAM, a lobby group working to amend Article 27 of the 1917 Mexican Constitution to remove recent restrictions on individual American ownership of land and oil rights. In 1921, the Mexican government expelled Buckley because of his AAM activity, and he transferred his Pantepec Oil Company to Venezuela. In Venezuela, Buckley developed a quote-unquote farm-out system. That entailed making agreements with some of the largest oil companies by which they would share profits on oil found on the land in return for sharing development costs. His first major deal was made with Standard Oil during the 1930s, when a large oil field was discovered on Pantepec's Venezuelan lands. By 1946, Buckley began developing his holdings into separate companies, and his farm-out operations became international, expanding major U.S. oil companies' business interests in Canada, Ecuador, Australia, the Philippines, Israel, and Guatemala. At Yale, Buckley Jr. was an active member of the Conservative Party of the Yale Political Union and served as chairman of the Yale Daily News and as an informer for the FBI. Buckley studied political science, history, and economics at Yale, graduating with honors in 1950. Buckley was recruited by E. Howard Hunt to work in Hunt's OPC station in Mexico during the period 1951 through 1952. Buckley and Hunt remained lifelong friends, and Buckley became godfather to Hunt's first 3 children. It is likely Buckley's father's experience in the region was a key reason why Jr. was sought by the agency for this role. The Buckley family's interests and in the Americas and associated groups are something to take into consideration when viewing content publicized by these associated groups. For example, Buckley would go on to become a member of the Mount Pelerin Society and the Council on Foreign Relations. In turn, National Review would act as a media front for the agenda of these groups. One of the major groups that emerged around the same time as the National Review was the American Security Council. The year prior to the founding of the ASC, the democratically elected Guatemalan government of Colonel Jacobo Arbenz Guzman was toppled by U.S.-backed forces led by Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas. This military operation was armed, trained, and organized by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. In the 1930s, under Samuel Zemurray, United Fruit received import duty and real estate tax exemptions from the Guatemalan government, as well as being given hundreds of square miles of land. United Fruit controlled more land than any other individual or group. It also owned the railway, the electric utilities, telegraph, and the country's only port.
United Fruit Company, which held a monopoly on the fruit industry within Guatemala, owning 42% of Guatemala's land. Due to holding the monopoly, they were able to pay extremely low wages, implementing effectively no workers' rights, and were then given tax breaks due to their influence, reaping all the rewards of Guatemala's fruit industry, with the Guatemalan people being exploited for their labour, effectively a neo-feudal system. This unsurprisingly created a huge demand for change and animosity towards the US influence in Guatemala. After revolution in 1944, the first elected leader, Abarello, who won by a landslide, began implementing social reforms in Guatemala, enforcing equal rights and a minimum wage, attempting to take Guatemala away from this exploitative economy. Later, in 1951, Jacobo Arbenz was elected and oversaw a shift further left for Guatemala. He went ahead with land reforms in 1952, which saw the land owned by United Fruit Company, which was only 15% cultivated, redistributed to the citizens who worked on them.
The directors of United Fruit Company were immensely upset by Arbenz's changes and used their lobbyists in Washington to manipulate the Truman and Eisenhower administrations to back a coup to get Colonel Arbenz out of power. Despite having no evidence, they claimed Arbenz intended to align Guatemala with the Soviet bloc. Unfortunately for Arbenz, members of the Eisenhower administration and intelligence agencies had deep ties to United Fruit. United States Secretary of State John Foster Dulles was a member of the law firm Sullivan and Cromwell, which had represented United Fruit. His brother Allen Dulles, director of the CIA, was also a board member of United Fruit. United Fruit Company is the only company known to have a CIA cryptonym. The brother of the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, John Moores Cabot, had once been president of United Fruit. Ed Whitman, who was United Fruit's principal lobbyist, was married to President Eisenhower's personal secretary, Anne C. Whitman. Many individuals who directly influenced U.S. policy towards Guatemala in the 1950s also had direct ties to United Fruit. From the U.S. corporate interests' point of view, the coup was initially an incredible success. The success, however, marked the beginning of a dark chapter of American support for similarly styled military coups and dictatorships in Central America.
The United States of America, a supposed advocate for democracy, then implemented a military dictatorship which would lead to years of violence and civil war engulfing Guatemala. The US-backed regime was brutal, with an estimated 200,000 civilians murdered for disagreeing with the far-right dictatorship, to which they had actively fought against and previously overthrown. After reverting back to a far-right dictatorship, corruption was thriving and the economy crumbling, with the US having to fund a government with millions of dollars, which was committing massacres, genocidal rape and aerial bombings. This is one of the darkest chapters in America's history. However, sadly, it is common within their involvement in Latin America during the 20th century. There is something horrifically sinister, as the supposed greatest country in the world acts this way, hiding their actions from the citizens, murdering hundreds of thousands and funding the deaths of millions.
In the United States, the man who approved the propaganda campaign carried out against Arbenz by Edward Bernays was United Fruit President Samuel Zemurray. Shortly after this approval, Zemurray resigned as president. United Fruit Company and their intertwined network with the U.S. establishment, however, would continue their lobbying through another arm, the newly founded American Security Council. The ASC was founded by retired General Robert E. Wood. As a military general, Wood was the director of the Panama Railroad Company. He served in the Panama Canal Zone for 10 years during the construction of the canal. After Wood retired in July 1915 by special act of Congress as a major, he went on to be an asset of the private sector. He worked as assistant to the vice president of DuPont and headed operations in the United States, Venezuela, and Trinidad for the General Asphalt Company. After returning to the Army, serving in World War I, Wood went back to the private sector. In 1924, he became vice president of Sears Roebuck. At this point, Wood started to become a leader in the old right American conservatism movement and would be for the rest of his long career. Wood served as the America First Committee's first president on an interim basis. The America First Committee lobbied for the same strategy that the business interests benefited greatly from that was adopted by Woodrow Wilson, opposing U.S. direct involvement in the First World War while war orders from allies built up. America First Committee lobbied for a repeat of the same situation for the Second World War. Wood acted as a patriotic front for U.S. business interests. His employer, Sears Roebuck, became a financial donor to the ASC. The company was founded by Julius Rosenwald and presided over by the Rosenwald family. The Zemurrays and Rosenwalds were family friends and amongst the wealthiest in New Orleans. The two families were big financial donors to their local temple, Temple Sinai, and Rabbi Julian B. Feibelman, who was a member of B'nai B'rith. Both families were supporters of the Zionist movement. The granddaughter of Julius, Nina Rosenwald, would go on to become one of the biggest American supporters of the Zionist and neoconservative movements, as well as the Team B network of fear-mongering national security hawks. Nina's first financial political support was for Democratic Senator Henry Scoop Jackson, a product of the Albert Wohlstetter Rand Corporation Chicago School nexus that would develop what we know of today as the neoconservatives. Jackson was a founding member of the ASC. Other members were Walt Disney, Nelson Rockefeller, W. Averill Harriman, Edward Teller, John Singlaub, Ray Klein, Eugene V. Rostow, Senator John G. Tower, Governor Leroy Collins, Senator Thomas J. Dodd, and Lyman Lemnitzer, Operation Northwood's author. The ASC's important funders included General Dynamics, General Electric, Lockheed, Boeing, Motorola, and McDonnell Douglas, making ASC a convergence of politicians, intelligence agents, retired military personnel, defense contractors, corporate representatives, bankers, and even a Hollywood studio head. In essence, the military-industrial complex. The ASC campaigned against strategic arms limitation talks and other arms control agreements, and argued aggressively for ever-increasing Pentagon budgets to pay for weapon systems such as the B-1 Lancer bomber, the MX missile, and Strategic Defense Initiative. Between 1983 and 1985, ASC ran 13 full-page ads in the New York Times and the Washington Post advocating the MX missile system. Wes McCune of the Washington, D.C.-based Group Research, which monitors the political right, described the ASC as, quote, not just the representative of the military-industrial complex, it is the personification of the military-industrial complex, unquote. The network of the ASC-affiliated organizations defended American corporatism by continuing using the notion of a globalist communist conspiracy to denounce any opposition and smear them as quote-unquote communist. By purportedly opposing the quote-unquote globalist agenda of the likes of the Rockefeller-dominated Council on Foreign Relations, despite their own connections to family members, they attempted to disguise themselves in anti-establishment and populist rhetoric in order to advance their corporate fascistic agenda. The ASC set out to continue the military-industrial complex's rhetoric that communism and the Soviet Union were the greatest evils in the world, and that the Soviets were determined to achieve military superiority and world domination. Those within the U.S. who advocated disarmament and lower defense spending are considered by the ASC to be victims of communist disinformation. According to the ASC, a counter-strategy was required that involved a huge military buildup, an internal strategic and civil defense network, an increase in security and intelligence capabilities, and strong opposition to all arms control agreements. Economically, the strategy would require a strong U.S. economy and policies that, quote, will protect our overseas sources of energy and other vital raw materials, unquote. Outside of the U.S., it called for use of non-military means to counter the influence of communism and support of American allies and other non-communist governments against communist aggression, a continuation and expansion of the Marshall Plan. The ASC co-sponsored a series of annual meetings from 1955 to 1961, which inspired President Eisenhower's famous exit speech.
We can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. How to do this? 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States corporations. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. so is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together. Akin to and largely responsible for the sweeping changes in our industrial military posture has been the technological revolution during recent decades. In this revolution, research has become central. It also becomes more formalized, complex, and costly. A steadily increasing share is conducted for, by, or at the direction of the federal government. Today, the solitary inventor, tinkering in his shop, has been overshadowed by task forces of scientists in laboratories and testing fields. In the same fashion, the free university, historically the fountainhead of free ideas and scientific discovery, has experienced a revolution in the conduct of research. Partly because of the huge costs involved, a government contract becomes virtually a substitute for intellectual curiosity. For every old blackboard, there are now hundreds of new electronic computers. The prospect of domination of the nation's scholars by federal employment, project allocations, and the power of money is ever present and is gravely to be regarded. Yet in holding scientific research and discovery in respect, as we should, we must also be alert to the equal and opposite danger that public policy could itself become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. It is the task of statesmanship to mold, to balance, and to integrate these and other forces, new and old, within the principles of our democratic system, ever aiming toward the supreme goals of our free society.
Called National Military Industrial Conferences, which included the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, Chambers of Commerce, and several university institutes. Elements of the Pentagon, National Security Council, and organizations linked to the CIA discuss Cold War strategy with industry leaders such as United Fruit, Standard Oil, Honeywell, U.S. Steel, and Sears Roebuck. In 1978, the American Security Council organized the Coalition for Peace Through Strength, CPTS, the doctrine Reagan would adopt in his successful presidential campaign.
Despite the official ring to its name, the American Security Council is not the other league to the National Security Council, nor does it have any formal government status. It is a pressure and propaganda group funded by blue-chip corporations, which promotes a tough military stance based on hardline anti-communism. In its field, the ASC may be just as influential in shaping U.S. policy as the National Security Council. After the seesaw legislative battle of 1969 over the safeguard ABM system, President Nixon acknowledged in writing that, quote, the American Security Council played a major role in achieving that victory, unquote. Since the margin of victory for the pro-ABM forces was 1 vote, it is conceivable that the ASC played a decisive role. In any event, the ASC is one of the most powerful mainsprings of the right. I first became aware of the ASC in 1962, Turner writes, when I noticed some of its literature on the desk of another former FBI agent who was a security officer at the University of California's Lawrence Radiation Laboratory. it turned out that the ASC is a kind of FBI offshoot. It was founded in 1955 by former G-men, and the initial service it offered member firms was a dossier system modeled after the FBI's, which was intended to weed out employees and prospective employees deemed disloyal to the free enterprise concept. The Joseph McCarthy virulence and the Cold War were both at their peak when the ASC began as the Mid-American Research Library. The impetus was provided by the late General Robert E. Wood, then board chairman of Sears, Roebuck and Company. Along with the cantankerous Colonel Robert R. McCormick of the Chicago Tribune, the world's greatest newspaper, the Colonel used to trumpet, and its radio station call letters are still WGN, Wood, this is Robert E. Wood, chairman of Sears, Wood had been a prime mover in the isolationist America First Committee and a prime adversary of the trade union movement. With the growing preoccupation of industry with, quote, security, the establishment of a private body that would provide corporations with a blacklist service and loyalty review board was almost inevitable. Expanding rapidly, the Mid-American Research Library was renamed the American Security Council in 1956, when former FBI agent John M. Fisher, who had come to Sears as a, quote, personnel consultant with J. Edgar Hoover's blessing in 1953, was installed as president and executive director. Before long, Fisher had surrounded himself with Bureau-trained men. Jack E. Eisen, ISON, was appointed operating director, and William K. Lambie, Jr., research director. Both had put in a few years with the FBI. Both are still in those positions. W. Cleon Skousen, S-K-O-U-S-E-N, who was named field director, had been an agent from 1940 to 1951, and is well known in right-wing circles as the author of The Naked Communist and The Communist Attack on U.S. Police. Skousen left the American Security Council in 1960 to become a John Birch functionary and is a perennial figure on the Society's lecture circuit. In time, retired FBI Assistant Director Stanley J. Tracy was brought in to sit on the strategy staff. Among the non-staff officers with a history under J. Edgar Hoover are Senior Vice President Kenneth M. Piper, quote, Director of Human Relations for Motorola, Vice President Stephen L. Donchis, a U.S. Steel executive, and Vice President Russell E. White, a General Electric security consultant. For the first few years, the ASC devoted itself to amassing the dossier system housed in the, quote, Research and Information Center in the executive offices at 123 North Wacker Drive in Chicago. In 1958, it purchased a collection of 1 million names from the estate of Harry Jung, spelled like the psychologist, J-U-N-G, publisher of American Vigilante, and described by the Chicago Sun-Times at the time as, quote, one of Chicago's most notorious purveyors of anti-Semitic propaganda during the late 1930s, and an old-time labor foe. The system is constantly being enlarged through contributions from the security departments of member firms, from the transcripts of hearings staged by state and federal, quote, anti-subversive committees, and from the cullings of a full-time staff reviewing thousands of publications for data on, quote, left-wingers.
In the 1950s, the richest man in the world, an oil billionaire in Texas, invented a new form of television journalism. It pretended to be objective and balanced, but in fact it was hardcore right-wing propaganda. It was way ahead of its time because, in its fake neutrality, it prefigured the rise of the ultra-conservative right-wing media of the 1990s, like Fox News, with its copyrighted slogan, fair and balanced. The billionaire was called H.L. Hunt, Haroldson Lafayette Hunt. He made his fortune in the early 1930s by getting hold of one of the biggest oil fields in America, in the pine forests of East Texas. He was a ruthless, driven man, and from early on he became absolutely convinced that he had superhuman qualities that made him different from other humans. Here is a picture of Mr. Hunt, which gives you a sense of his conviction about himself. From the 1920s onwards, Hunt was a bigamist. He married 2 women and raised 2 families that were oblivious of each other. He told his second wife, Franya, that he was called Major Franklin Hunt. There was a rocky moment when his picture was on the front page of all the Texas papers because of his spectacular oil deal. Franya asked Hunt if that was him. He told her no, that it was his uncle who had been so clever.
The thing is, one of his daughters wrote a book later on from one of the families, and she was talking about the fact, her dad rather, had these 3 families and all these kids, and she said the reason that she believes he did this was because he thought that his genes were so important that the world needed them. He was doing the world a favor by spreading out his genes like that. And that makes sense to me. I mean, he wasn't a billionaire playboy. I mean, he could be dating starlets and, have different women every night. He wasn't that kind of playboy guy. He had 3 domestic situations going on at the same time. And I do believe it was because he wanted to procreate and leave all of us with all of these kids.
Hunt was a part of a group of extreme right-wing oilmen in Texas who had enormous influence because of their wealth. There is a brilliant book written about this group, The Big Rich by Bryan Burrough. Burrough describes how they had first risen up in the 1930s because they loathed President Roosevelt, quote, a nigger-loving communist, unquote, as one oilman called him. They were convinced that Roosevelt's New Deal was really run by Jews and communists, or, quote, social vermin, unquote, as they politely put it. A Texas congressman called Sam Rayburn summed up this group of right-wing oilmen. Quote, all they do is hate, unquote, he said. After the Second World War, H.L. Hunt did 2 things. He added another, 3rd family to his bigamist collection, and he also turned to the new medium of television to promote his ultra-conservative views. In 1950, he wrote a pamphlet putting forward the idea of what he called a, quote, educational facts league, unquote. Its purpose, Hunt wrote, quote, will be to secure an impartial presentation of all the news through all the news channels concerning issues of public interest, unquote. It would, said Hunt, be an organization where ordinary Americans would be supplied with the true facts of political life. Hunt announced that the organization would be called Facts Forum, which produced radio and television programs of conservative, anti-communist political commentary approved of by Hunt. That included the distribution of books by Senator Joseph R. McCarthy, whose Senate campaign was financed by Hunt. Hunt discovered Dan Smoot to be Facts Forum's public face. Smoot had been an FBI agent, and he was smooth and reasonable. Starting on radio, but then moving to television, Smoot presented a show called Facts Forum, which every week would claim to present a balanced presentation of the facts behind the news. Very reminiscent of the later catchphrase on Fox News, we report, you decide. In fact, this declaration of balance and fairness was nonsense. Smoot would begin by presenting the left or liberal viewpoint on a subject in a dull, bland way, then would enthusiastically put forward the alternative, or what Hunt called the quote-unquote constructive view. This view was simple. All government was bad, business should be left alone, and anyone who disagreed was a communist trying to take over the world.
More than most Texans even, he is inclined to see communists under every couch and behind every curtain. To Hunt, mankind is divided into communists and constructives, his private word for anti-communists. You are either for him or against him. He brooks no halfway position.
Mr. Hunt, it's often been said that you have what is called a conspiratorial view of history. In other words, you see Reds under every couch and cover, and where they're not really there. Do you think you're over-alarmed a bit about the way things are going in this country?
However alarmed I am, I don't think I'm alarmed enough.
Certainly in the United States, the Communist Party today is a weak reed indeed.
I don't think that J. Edgar Hoover would agree with your conclusion.
Hunt's Facts Forum programs were radically skewed to promote an ultra-conservative agenda while pretending to be neutral and balanced. There was lots of implied racism in the shows. In his book, Bryan Burrough quotes from one episode where Smoot argued against fair employment legislation and said, quote, "Remember that the Negroes, when first brought to America by Yankee and English merchants, were not free people reduced to slavery. They were merely transferred from a barbaric enslavement by their own people in Africa to a relatively benign enslavement in the Western Hemisphere," unquote. Facts Forum became a successful media enterprise with 2 syndicated radio shows and 3 TV shows produced from their own studios in New York. They were backed up by books and pamphlets paid for by Hunt. One was called, quote, "We Must Abolish the United Nations," unquote, written by Joseph Camp. His previous quote-unquote balance books had included one called, quote, "Hitler Was a Liberal," unquote. Hunt was obsessed with spreading his propaganda, sending out endless pamphlets. Interestingly, it was the Taft-Hartley Act that granted the right to distribute propaganda literature to combat labor union organizing, a movement elitists like Hunt blamed on communists. He trained young men and women to become part of his League of Youth Freedom Speakers.
Many people in the United States really don't believe that communism is a serious threat. Well, these people are in for a big shock because the communists have every intention of doing exactly what they've said they'll do. And they do not hesitate to use force and violence anytime they think that it will further their cause. Now, I don't pretend to know all the answers, but I do know that it is our duty to get out and warn others of the serious threat that we are facing. We have got to get out and tell others of the subversive movements that are going on right here under our very own noses. It's time to do away with this attitude, "Oh, it can't happen here." Will communists bury us? Will we face firing squads as in Cuba, and will our little bitty children become slaves?
It is time for a lifeline.
Keller, a 1964 graduate of A&M, will succeed Jake Helms. Keller was a standout quarterback at Terrell High School and led his team to the Texas class around the world. Every leftist phrase and cliche of the past half-century now has the hollow ring of mythology.
This is Freedom Talk number 53. Printed copies are available at the rate of free for 25 cents from Lifeline, Dallas, Texas, 75206.
Again, Hunt was ahead of his time because the show fused right-wing anti-communism with fundamentalist religion. Hunt's Facts Forum was the model for much of what was later to come with the rise of the right in the media in the 1990s, both in radio and TV. But Hunt didn't just shape the future of the right. He also had a profound effect on the way the left, too, attacked and corroded the idea of objectivity and neutrality in journalism. Many of Lifeline's programs had attacked John F. Kennedy as a communist dupe who's destroying America.
When did you first meet JFK?
Mr. Hunt and I went to the Democratic Convention in Los Angeles in 1960. The convention was taken over pretty well by the Kennedy family. John Fitzgerald Kennedy was there, his father Joe Kennedy was there, and his brother Bobby was there. Joe Kennedy was by far the most active and the most aggressive man at the convention. John Fitzgerald kept a low profile. Mr. Hunt and I were exposed to him on a very short period of time, over a limited period of time. But most all of Mr. Hunt's contacts was through Joe Kennedy and brother Bobby Kennedy.
Well, what role did Mr. Hunt play in the convention itself?
Mr. Hunt went to the convention with the idea that Lyndon Johnson was going to be selected for the presidency nomination.
Oh, not JFK, but Johnson?
Yes.
Okay.
Johnson's closest ally in Washington was Sam Rayburn, who was the most powerful political man in Washington at that time. But after we were when I say we have talked, Mr. Hunt and I were at the convention probably 24, 36 hours, it became obvious to almost everyone except LBJ that Kennedys were in and Lyndon Johnson was out. And Lyndon just could not accept the fact that his reputation as a good politician and his knowledge of the government was putting him in that backseat position there.
Wow. Well, how did Hunt get him on the ticket and get that ticket elected?
I think Mr. Hunt had more influence with Lyndon Johnson than any other person on getting Johnson to accept the second spot. For one, the Kennedys didn't like Johnson, and Johnson didn't like the Kennedys. But Mr. Hunt was able to, in what I call a soft sell presentation, convince Lyndon that the only way he would ever become president was he had to take the second spot. Then, for reasons unknown at that time, John Fitzgerald Kennedy would leave office under some kind of a circumstance, and Johnson would step into that position.
So that's what Hunt believed?
Yes. And that's the belief he conveyed to Lyndon Johnson there.
Interesting. I assume that you and Mr. Hunt continued that relationship with LBJ.
Well, Mr. Hunt's political decisions, although he had a reputation of being on what I would call a right side, very constructive political beliefs there, when it got right down to the nitty-gritty, he normally backed his support as to the person who could do him the most good from a monetary or business standpoint. And it was Mr. Hunt's belief that Lyndon Johnson would be an effective president, but more important, Lyndon Johnson would listen to any suggestion or recommendation that Mr. Hunt wanted to make, and that was his primary reason for the support there.
And that makes sense. So I guess at some point he kind of lost faith in that combination of the president and vice president. What happened there?
Mr. Hunt believed that Lyndon Johnson was a much smarter politician than President Kennedy, that Johnson could control Kennedy, and although he was in the second spot, by his political skills, he was able to accomplish anything that needed to be done. But it became obvious over a period of time that Johnson was losing his power, and Bobby Kennedy and John Fitzgerald Kennedy was gaining power. And Mr. Hunt always contributed Bobby's skills a little bit more than John Fitzgerald's there. But anyway, it became obvious to Mr. Hunt that Johnson was going to be dropped from the ticket in 1964, and therefore, in all probability, Bobby Kennedy would have also had Johnson indicted along with his bagman, fellow named Bobby Baker. So it became obvious to Mr. Hunt in the latter part of 1963 or 363 that to protect his empire that John Fitzgerald Kennedy had to be removed from office. Mr. Hunt, in his own personal belief, believed in the initial beginning that Lee Harvey Oswald had made the move that he did based upon derogatory comments that Mr. Hunt's radio program Lifeline had expanded against John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
A full-page advertisement placed in the Dallas Morning News on the day of the assassination had been partly paid for by another of Hunt's sons, Nelson Bunker Hunt. It was surrounded by a black, threatening border and was titled sarcastically, "Welcome Mr. Kennedy to Dallas." The newspaper's publisher, Ted Daly, whose family name adorned the plaza where JFK was shot, was himself an outspoken opponent of the president and had pointedly confronted him at a White House event. Quote, "We need a man on horseback to lead this nation," unquote, Daly told Kennedy. Quote, "And many people in Texas and the Southwest think that you are riding Caroline's tricycle," unquote. Just before John F. Kennedy was assassinated, he upset people like Clint Murchison and Haroldson L. Hunt, both financial backers of Senator Joe McCarthy, when he talked about plans to submit to Congress a tax reform plan designed to produce about $185 million in additional revenues by changes in the favorable tax treatment until then accorded the gas oil industry. Kennedy was particularly upset that Hunt, who had an annual income of about $30 million, paid only small amounts of federal income tax. Kennedy had also personally angered H.L. Hunt. After being summarily thrown out of the upcoming 1964 World's Fair project, presumably at the instruction of JFK himself, Hunt turned to John Curington, his attorney, and said, quote, "I've about got a belly full of those Kennedy boys. They both need to go," unquote. A few months later, John Kennedy would be dead.
He and John, the guy I was writing the book with, John Curington, he and John went and they met with a man named Robert Moses, who was in charge of the whole World's Fair. Very powerful man. Hunt got involved in the World's Fair. He was going to use it to put out all of this information that he wanted to do and to promote Lifeline. So he even went as far as taking over the Midway. He spent over $1 million getting rides and concessions, and they had to hire people to put all these rides together once they were shipped to New York. And then he had to start thinking about hiring people to run them. And he even bought a house in New York so they'd have a headquarters. He bought a car so they'd have transportation. And then one day, Robert Moses called Mr. Hunt into his office. And John went everywhere with Mr. Hunt. He was part of his day, all day, every day. So he went with him, and they went in, and Robert Moses was very succinct. He looked at Mr. Hunt. He said, "You know what? Black people don't like you. Jewish people don't like you. The president doesn't like you, and I don't like you. Get out of my World's Fair." He threw Mr. Hunt out of the World's Fair with just one statement like that. Well, now Hunt had already spent over $2 million. In our world, that's $14 million, all down the drain. All of his time that he had invested, down the drain. All the aspirations of getting his message out, gone. He was angry. But probably more than anything else, he wasn't used to people talking to him like that. So, when they left, Mr. Hunt immediately told John, "Get LBJ on the phone." Now, Lyndon Johnson was the Vice President of the United States at that time, and it wasn't lost on me how interesting it was that I have spent all this time writing a book, sitting across the table with this guy that could pick up the phone and get LBJ on the phone, or get LBJ's people on the phone, or get J. Edgar Hoover on the phone, or get his folks on the phone. So anyway, John picked up the phone, got LBJ on the phone, gave it to Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt said, here's what happened, and started explaining it. LBJ said, I already know about it. There's nothing I can do to help you. He said, this comes from higher up. Well, there's only one office higher than the Vice President, and that's President of the United States. So Mr. Hunt knew that John F. Kennedy had put the kibosh on his participation in the World's Fair, probably because he used Lifeline to trash Kennedy occasionally. Well, as they were on their way back to Dallas, Mr. Hunt looked over to John and he said, you know what? I've about had a belly full of these Kennedy boys. He said, they got to go. A few months later, John F. Kennedy was dead. A few years later, Robert Kennedy was dead.
Another point of issue was Cuba. Hunt helped to fund the Cuban Revolutionary Council, a group that worked with the Mafia and the Central Intelligence Agency in an effort to remove Castro from power.
We're here today on August 5th, 1993, with Colonel L. Fletcher Prouty, Air Force retired, to discuss various incidents in history that were so formative in post-World War II U.S. history, politics, power, and to look at things in more detail than is commonly done throughout the media in this day and age. One thing that I've always felt you provide a great deal of solid information on that is never discussed is the whole formative event of the Kennedy administration, which is the Bay of Pigs. And citing the letter to the president that was written by the 4 people that he convened to study what went wrong with the Bay of Pigs. There's a great deal in that committee, the testimony that they heard from people, the way they operated, that is never talked about, that is crucial, it seems, to understanding how Kennedy got his sea legs, so to speak, when he became president, in seeing how things weren't working right with the failure of this operation. I'd like to have you tell us some about, perhaps start with this final report that was never found for years because people were asking the wrong questions, that indicates the perceptiveness of the president in trying to understand what had really happened so that it wouldn't happen again.
You know, it's an awfully good approach to the problem because very few people have studied the Kennedy period before his death, or even have known much about Kennedy before he was elected president. You know, he came right out of World War II with a busy career during the war as a naval officer, He was elected congressman from Massachusetts, served as a congressman. He stayed here in Washington, served as a senator from Massachusetts, and then was elected president. There are very few men arriving at the office of president who have more background in Washington than Kennedy had. He was younger than most of them, but he had more background experience, which means he knew the bad things as well as the good things. There were a lot of things that he was against in the way the government had been going under the Eisenhower and post-war administration, and he wanted to use the presidential power to change them. And one of the first things that he found that he had to take care of, there were two things, was the Bay of Pigs. Now, that was an Eisenhower program. That was approved by the Eisenhower National Security Council in March of 1960. About May of 1960, the CIA people came to my office because it was my job in the Pentagon to provide the support of CIA's clandestine operations. That was my job. I had been in that job for years. And they wanted to have the military open a base where they could train these exile Cubans who were perfectly willing to try to get back into Cuba and incite enough rebellion to throw Castro out, because that's what the original Eisenhower approval was, to try to get Cuban support for the plan. Eisenhower would never have approved an invasion. He never did. Eisenhower knew too much about invasions to have that happen. Well, you follow that through now from the mid-60s, and then you have this important event when Kennedy and Nixon had the TV debates just before the election. And everybody felt that the two were just inseparable. There was no way to tell who was going to be elected president. And they came to debate number 4, and Kennedy pressed the Cuban issue, the Castro issue, because Nixon had made so much of it, you know, that the government, we would overthrow Castro, we've got to get rid of Castro, he's a communist and all that sort of thing. And Kennedy, who knew as much or more about the program than even Nixon did, whipped Nixon in the debate. And let me tell you just a little personal incident as a part of my official duties, but it lets you see the validity of this. I was asked to go to the Senate office building to a certain room number and to pick up 4 men and bring them back to the office of the Secretary of Defense. That's where I was working. I was working for the office of Secretary of Defense. The 4 men I picked up were the leaders of the Cuban program, Artima and Mendonca and De Verona and those people. And they knew Kennedy. They were in the office room I was sent to was Kennedy's office. So here's Kennedy with these Cubans talking with them in August of 1960. He had just won the Democratic nomination to run for president. He knew this background. And furthermore, I understand that the Cubans had visited him in his home in Palm Beach. He knew these people. He knew everything that was going on. Well, Nixon didn't know he knew that. So in the debate, when it came time to argue with Nixon about it, Kennedy cleaned up on that debate, and a lot of people believe that's how he won the election, a very narrow election, but he won. Days after that debate, the CIA came to us in the Pentagon talking about an invasion of Cuba. That was not the approved plan. Kennedy was not president yet. We knew Eisenhower wouldn't talk about that. The CIA did it. They put pressure on Kennedy themselves. And what had been a plan to drop 30-man groups from an airplane, a C-46 can carry about 30 with their equipment, or over-the-beach program from submarines or fast boats, 20 or 30 men, all of a sudden they're talking about 3,000 men, training the 3,000. I had to send men to Guatemala to train pilots. I had to get aircraft reconfigured in Arizona to be used for that purpose. We got Filipino experienced men that General Lansdale knew that had helped him during the time when he was in the overthrow of Quirino in the Philippines, which is much like the Castro thing. So the Filipino experience was valuable. People don't realize how big the Cuban program was. The ships had arms and equipment on board enough for 25,000 fighters. not just the 1,500 that went on the beach. You see, all of this developed in the working arrangements that were being made from day to day to support this operation. But the strange thing was how it accelerated right after the election. They were going to press Kennedy to accept the invasion because during the time before his inaugural, they got all of this change started and in being. So that by the time of the invasion, actually the ships were at sea from different areas already heading for Cuba, and Kennedy had not approved the program. So you see, that is so different from what most people have heard about the way the thing was organized. One thing that the agency had done at the suggestion of the JCS was to bring in a most competent Marine colonel who knew invasion tactics to work out the invasion plan. The JCS had told the CIA that if Castro's combat aircraft were not destroyed before the men hit the beach, there was no chance that they could get on because the combat aircraft were being on home ground and all, and the men just on the beach with no protection couldn't protect themselves. They must destroy the aircraft totally before the men hit the beach. That was a fundament of the whole plan. And the Marine colonel knew it, and the JCS had told the CIA that. Well, it finally came down to where, after several meetings with the president, during which he would not approve the program, finally, in the middle of April of 1961, Mr. Dulles told him that, well, we have got to do something. We've been training these men now for a year. They think they're going to be brought into their home, and they think we're going to help them gain their country back again. And incidentally, the ships with the men on board are at sea, rendezvousing around the Vieques Island area. We must get an approval to go. Is there anything else to keep it from on? Kennedy waited for the strike on the airfields of Cuba until Saturday morning. They destroyed 7 of Castro's 10 combat-capable aircraft. They didn't want to bother with the transports and all. They went after the bombers and the fighters. They destroyed 7 of them. Unfortunately, 3 jets had taken off from where they had been the day before when we had pictures of them and gone down to Santiago for the weekend, and they weren't there and they weren't destroyed. So on Sunday, when they went to brief the president, they told him, they showed him pictures, they had destroyed 7 planes, but 3 were left. They had to get those 3 airplanes before the men hit the beach at Zapata Landing. Well, Kennedy ordered specifically, about sometime about mid-afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he ordered the first thing to be the destruction of those aircraft. That was a Kennedy order. A very close friend of mine was in command of the bomber base in Puerto Cabezas, Nicaragua, that was to do the job. 4 B-26s were to be dispatched about 1 o'clock, and it's very important because they had to hit the planes before the dawn landing of the men on the beach, or the landing would then be in the air supporting the beach, and they were so superior to the bombers that they shoot the bombers down one after the other. Everybody understood that, we thought. So Kennedy ordered that, and as a prerequisite to the landing. He agreed to the landing on Monday morning, April 18th, 1961. Now, when there was a study of what happened, Kennedy put together the Cuban study group to find out what went wrong. Here is an old mimeograph copy from my days in the Pentagon of the report of this study group. It wasn't seen by anyone, or very few people, for at least 20 years, when it began to pop up in books that people knew about it. And then finally, in 1981, this book was published for academic purposes, for university use, a book called Zapata, which is every word that's in here, just an absolute copy of this. But this is the old original. I want you to see what it looked like in the beginning. And when the Cuban study group questioned the people that came before as to what happened and why didn't we succeed with the Bay of Pigs program, they ran into a most interesting situation because, first of all, Kennedy and his advisors were very adept at this organization. They really did a good job. Can you imagine a committee better than this one to study the Bay of Pigs? Allen Dulles was on that study group. Admiral Burke was on the study group. Admiral Burke was a CNO of the Navy, member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and he was the one who had been designated to support the operation of the Bay of Pigs landings. Now, he knew more about it than anybody else. He was sitting in the room, no matter who came in. Admiral Burke, old Arleigh Burke, knew what was going on, and I've talked to him many times since then about this, and he did know. Another man was General Maxwell Taylor. Maxwell Taylor and Kennedy had never met, but Kennedy knew Maxwell Taylor's reputation, and he knew that he was a good, solid man for this kind of investigation. So he put Maxwell Taylor as the chairman of the group. But there was a fourth man. And as my friends would tell me when they'd come back from the hearing, I knew almost all the guys that went in there. My office was only about 2 doors down from where the committee was meeting in the Pentagon. They'd come back and they'd say, you know, those 3 guys are pretty tough, but it's that little son of a gun on that straight back chair in the corner that's really watching it with beady eye, doesn't say anything. Well, that's Bobby Kennedy. Can you imagine? Bobby Kennedy, Maxwell Taylor, Arleigh Burke, and Allen Dulles to study what went wrong with the Bay of Pigs. Now, they were even sharper than that, because by that time, Maxwell Taylor and my boss, General Lemnitzer, and Arleigh Burke had made up their mind that this was the last time that the CIA was going to get into a major operation. They weren't the right people to be running military-type operations. So they brought in other competent people to provide them with information that they would provide to Kennedy in this report. And one of the best things they did, one of the people they brought in that was really important, was General Walter Beadle Smith. Now, people who remember World War II will remember that he was the chief of staff for Eisenhower for the invasion of Europe and the whole European operation in World War II. A very competent, experienced, reliable general. And immediately at the end of World War II, Walter Beadle Smith had been sent to Moscow as the American ambassador to the Soviet Union. Well, of course, they were our partners through the war. It was a very friendly relationship. Smith was highly regarded by the Soviets as a general that had helped them defeat Hitler and his German troops. So it was a great assignment for Smith. He learned a hell of a lot from that. And so what did he do? From Moscow, he was assigned to the new Central Intelligence Agency. And he became the director of Central Intelligence. A lot of people don't remember that.
Under Truman.
Under Truman, yes. And as the director of Central Intelligence, all the CIA people knew him very well. They knew that he knew things, they knew he was tough, and that they couldn't get around him. So what did they do in the Zapata program? They bring General Smith in. He didn't have anything to do with the Cuban program, but he was pretty useful because, among other things, and this probably tips Kennedy's hand as close as anything I can think of in trying to study what happened. Why was Kennedy killed? What brought up the pressures and the power and the intense feelings against Kennedy that would cause people in power to make the decision to get rid of him? But it begins with this sort of a thing. In response to questions about running something like the Bay of Pigs, Smith said clearly, a democracy cannot wage war. When you go to war, you pass a law giving extraordinary powers to the president. The people of our country assume, when the emergency is over, that the rights and the powers that were temporarily delegated to the chief executive will be returned to the states, to the counties, to the people. Pretty fundamental statement from a major, not I mean a full general, but from a major general, an important man.
Right.
He went on to say now about Bay of Pigs, I only know what the papers say, but covert operations, and he knew a lot about them, he'd been to DCI, can be done up to a certain size.
Right.
And we've handled some pretty large operations. By that he meant, if it's not more than 2 or 3 people, it can't be a secret anymore. In fact, the New York Times had carried front-page headlines saying the U.S. government was supporting the exiles against Castro in March of 1961. It was already all over the papers. He's pointing that out as a mistake. But then Smith begins to get to the point. He said, I think that so much publicity has been given to CIA that the covert work might have to be put under another roof. And he was pretty explicit about that. He'd say, it's time we take the bucket of slop and go out and cover over it. Well, what something like that does is put in the president's mind the words from a man that knew everything there was, and from the time he heard that from Walter Beetle Smith by way of his Cuban Study Group committee, you know he had one thing in his mind: he's going to get through with the CIA in that kind of business. And let me just read you what General Taylor presented to the general when that was over. When the Cuban Study Group had completed its work,
right,
they had agreed unanimously with their own report. Even though Dulles was on there, it was a unanimous vote. Even though Bobby Kennedy was on it, it was a unanimous vote. It ended up as a letter to the president on the 13th of June, 1961. Their work was done very quickly. And one of the dominant things to come out of it was a paper that President Kennedy signed personally and sent directly to General Lemnitzer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He didn't send it to the State Department, to Dean Rusk. He didn't even send it to McNamara, which all correspondents ordinarily would go through, and he didn't send a copy to CIA. So you can see that Kennedy was saying to General Lemnitzer, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, this is what I want done. Now, in the procedures of how you do these things in the Joint Staff, where everything is very formal, it just happened that I was the officer that the director of the Joint Staff gave this paper to from the White House and said, prepare a briefing for the chiefs. And I did, so I'm very familiar with it. And I'll only read a paragraph, but you don't have to read more. The President informed the Joint Chiefs of Staff that the President regards the Joint Chiefs of Staff as his principal military advisor, responsible both for initiating advice to him and responding to a request for advice. He expects their advice to come to him direct and unfiltered, and that the Joint Chiefs of Staff have a similar responsibility for the defense of the nation in a Cold War as they have in conventional hostilities. Now, in the terminology of the government, to say that the Joint Chiefs of Staff have that responsibility in the Cold War, he's saying the CIA will no longer have that responsibility. You see? That was a stroke of the pen that was as powerful as a thunderclap. And when I read that to the Joint Chiefs of Staff, you could have heard a pin drop. And I was told, Colonel Prouty, take that back to the files. When we need it, we'll call you. You know what that meant? They were going to wait until the situation had been completely prepared for this next step forward, because that's a major change.
They understood the implications.
Yes. They realized, how can the military in uniform go into covert operations? I mean, the ridiculous POW MIA situation that we have now is a result of that. 15 years of the Vietnam War, everybody that went to Vietnam was under the command, operational control of a CIA man. Well, then how can he be a prisoner of war? He's a spy. And that's what the enemy thought. They didn't give a darn about all the fine print. Right. So you see, the Chiefs of Staff knew that. So for the next few years, Kennedy studied this situation and prepared the ground for a report. But this is why I feel that the key, the beginning point in the troubles that Kennedy had with many points of power began with this situation, because he signaled clearly, with the assistance of General Smith and the others, that he was putting the CIA out of this business and turning them back to intelligence only. And of course, the law that created CIA never gave him this authority in the first place. So he was right, and he knew that law. That's why I say the Bay of Pigs is the key to the problems that came later.
One other thing in that is the question of the miscommunications, apparently, that occurred come Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, that seems to have centered around McGeorge Bundy, his special assistant.
There is a common misunderstanding about that business. Among the people called before this Cuban study group, the 4 men that I mentioned to you, was the advisor to the president, Mr. McGeorge Bundy. And he, I believe, visited them 3 times, and they also accepted written material from him. It was a pretty thorough contact between the committee and Mr. Bundy. And then in their conclusions, which anybody can read, they pointed out that it was their opinion that the most significant reason for the failure of the Bay of Pigs was the fact that this airstrike that Kennedy had ordered on that Sunday afternoon, the day before the landing, was canceled. And in pursuing how that happened, they found out that at 9:30 on Sunday night, McGeorge Bundy had called General Cabell, who was responsible for the CIA at that time, because of all weekends, Allen Dulles was out of the country. Here he's in charge of the whole thing, and Allen Dulles was out of the country. But anyway, General Cabell, perfectly competent person, was called by McGeorge Bundy and told not to fly the airplanes that night until they could operate them the next day off the beach at the Zapata landing site, which destroyed the whole operation. If McGeorge Bundy had had a little more military experience, perhaps, or if General Cabell had had just a little more, thought about it more, they'd have realized that they absolutely destroyed the Bay of Pigs there, because if they didn't destroy those last 3 aircraft, they were going to lose. And those 3 aircraft, the first thing in the morning, sank the 2 supply ships, so that the men on the beach had no ammunition, their food was gone, their radios were gone, their trucks were gone, everything. Just those little airplanes did it. And during the period that the men were on the beach, they destroyed 16 B-26s. In other words, just raised havoc with the whole operation. So it's obvious the study group, when Maxwell Taylor wrote his letter to the president, he said, our conclusion is that the principal reason for the failure was the failure to carry out the mission that the president had ordered to destroy those last 3 planes.
Why did Bundy give that call?
There have been a lot of collateral points. The paper I've read to you does not elaborate on why he did it. But with Bobby Kennedy in the room, you know very well that Bundy couldn't say such other things as, oh, the president told me to do it, because Bobby would have known that wasn't true. Right. So he couldn't say that. And perhaps Bundy's inexperience in military matters, I don't know, I couldn't make an excuse. All I know is he called Cabell and said, don't fly it. And that's on the record. I don't say that. I read it from the record.
Because there's that other place that we put the yellow post-it in there that was the actual base conclusion of their sense of why it had failed, which is never talked about. This is never articulated anywhere in newspapers or anything if the Bay of Pigs is ever discussed.
Yeah. That's a problem too, because there are many books written about the Bay of Pigs, and some of them were written after 1981 when Zapata had been released. Up to that time, this kind of thing was not available. I had it, but I don't know anybody else that had it. But so that they have never quoted the exact words. And to be sure that we understand exactly what the study group found, I will read you the words that they sent to the president. It's item 43 in their report, and it simply says, at about 9:30 p.m. on 16 April, that was that Sunday when Kennedy directed the attack, Mr. McGeorge Bundy, Special Assistant to the President, telephoned General C.P. Cabell, who was the Deputy Director of CIA and had a long time experience with CIA, to inform him that the dawn airstrikes the following morning should not be launched until they could be conducted from a strip within the beachhead. Now, you see, there was a strip within the beachhead, but you can't destroy the airplanes after they've already destroyed your landing. I mean, it's backwards.
Right.
And this hit the committee. I mean, this is the thing they said, this is our finding as to the basic reason for the failure of the Bay of Pigs. And when they interviewed Cubans down through here in the back, when they talked to these poor Cubans that were involved, each of the Cubans, one after the other, says, the problem was we didn't have the aircraft to destroy those last three.
Right.
And of course, certain propagandists, or whatever you want, revisionists, want to say that the problem was that Kennedy denied the air cover.
Right.
There was no air cover in the plan because the plan was written and approved by the JCS to destroy all of Castro's aircraft first.
Right.
You don't need air cover if they have no planes. See, the plan was built on that idea, and people say that he should have provided the air cover. There is a National Security Council directive, which is a superior document to everything we have in the executive department, that was produced and signed in Eisenhower's time in March of 1954. It's been in effect for a long time, called NSC Directive number 5412. And that directive prohibits the use of uniformed services in covert operations. Prohibits it. Our government knew that during Eisenhower's time, and of course Kennedy knew that during his time. That precluded the use of military in a clandestine operation. And that's the kind of thing that General Smith was referring to. You can't mix the two. You can't put the military in covert operations. And we're having trouble with that today. Is our operation in Somalia, is that considered maybe a covert operation, or is it a military operation? How are we running? Are the people that are flying the airplanes considered military, or are they considered some kind? We don't have a place in the middle of those. This is what the government's trying to work out at the present time. What is the role of the military? Even in the Vietnam War for 15 years, the military that were used before 1965, and you know it started in 1945, the first American was killed in Vietnam in September 45. For those 20 years, all activity was covert. It was under the CIA. So that's what we're going back to the program here. And Kennedy knew that it was against the government policy to use military active duty air crews in such a landing as a covert operation, because it immediately would reveal the hand of the U.S. government in an operation against a sovereign country, and that's not permitted. So the people that throw the idea of Kennedy's failure to provide air cover are just unaware of the situation that existed legally, in practice, and in the way you use military in this country. We agree with those laws and international agreements, and we don't do it the other way. You see, that's a good way to link the two together, because historically these two things ran together. They were essentially the same thing. They were major CIA operations that the generals knew were too big to even be thought of as covert operations. You know, the CIA assisted a rebellion in Indonesia in 1958, in which at one time I myself ordered the delivery of 42,000 rifles. I mean, that's not a covert operation, you see. We were using submarines against the south coast of the islands of Indonesia, not a covert operation. So the military looked very carefully at these things and knew that the CIA was going much too far. We supported the Khamba people in Tibet, something like 60 or 70,000 of them, by dropping arms to them, medicine, weapons, everything. To those people. That's not covert, but we thought it was. You know, we put it under the rules of CIA's operation. And this is what Kennedy was facing during that transition from the Eisenhower time when the CIA had begun to get into all these things, the Indonesian rebellion, the Tibetan program, the Cuban program, all were in that period of time, and Kennedy inherited that. And at the same time, the General Ridgway, who died just a week or two ago, told Kennedy clearly, don't ever let Americans come into Asia. Don't ever bring American soldiers into Asia. And General Bradley, I used to be General Bradley's personal pilot, and I know the gentleman, one of the finest men ever put a uniform on. He gave Kennedy the same answers. Eisenhower, in this book here on the foreign relations of the United States, says how bitterly he opposes the entry of American divisions into Vietnam. If I've tabbed that page, it's very interesting. This, by the way, is the foreign relations of the United States, Vietnam, August to December 1963, zeroing right in on the peak of the time of Kennedy's involvement in the planning for the future in Vietnam. And anybody that wants to think that Kennedy was not deep into the activities in Vietnam doesn't realize that during this period of that time, there were meetings going on day after day after day in the White House in which my own boss, General Victor Krulak, was involved, Maxwell Taylor was involved, McNamara was involved, and what that would mean is when they'd come back to the office, the rest of us in the Joint Staff were involved supporting the President in the development of these plans, because he knew that he was either going to have to make the decision, as he did in NSAM 55,
right,
to get the CIA out of this covert work, and with the CIA out of, say, the operation in Vietnam, he saw no role for the military. And it was perfectly logical from the Kennedy point of view and from what the Joint Chiefs of Staff had told him that we should not be in Vietnam. And when he wrote this document, which, because of our movie JFK, Oliver Stone's work, where we introduced the subject of the National Security Action Memorandum number 263, right, which was written and signed on October 11th, 1963, saying that that all American personnel would be out of Vietnam by the end of '65. That was Kennedy's decision after all of this work spanning this period of 6 months. And here you can read day by day by day the meetings were, well, I counted over 50 meetings that are listed in this book in which my own boss, General Krulak, attending meetings with President Kennedy on Vietnam. And as Kennedy worked his Vietnam policy out during that period, he arrived at what you might call a scenario. He wanted to be sure everybody understood what he was doing. So he sent General Krulak quickly to Vietnam. The idea being, published in the papers, that he was going to get the last-minute word in Vietnam to see how things stood.
That was in late August, or?
Late August. I think he actually traveled in September, okay, because I myself was sent to the SINCPAC headquarters in Hawaii to meet with Admiral Felt, and I have yet never revealed the reasons for that meeting, but the two had a very strong, I was doing a lot of writing for General Krulak, and they were very much related. And when General Krulak came back, he met with Kennedy and discussed up to date the things he heard from the people out there, which of course we knew by telephone anyway, but it made the scenario more reasonable. And so immediately Kennedy ordered Maxwell Taylor and McNamara to go to Vietnam. And so they went late in September, I believe it is. After a very busy flying trip, going all over the country, talking not only to President Diem, but to his opposition, because by that time Diem had some serious opposition in his country, they came back. Well, they had brought a big trip report for the president. Now, it's absolute fantasy to think that two busy men like General Taylor and Mr. McNamara are going to make a quick flying trip all through Vietnam, traversing the Pacific Ocean and everything, and write a great trip report while they go. It would be written right in the Pentagon. But more importantly, it was being written as a result of these meetings, and Kennedy was dictating the policy daily to these people that he met with. His staff in the White House, people from State Department, people from CIA, and the military. And when McNamara and Taylor got back to Hawaii, a jet carrying the report landed in Hawaii and gave it to him. A big document, big, with leather covered, with President John F. Kennedy on the cover and all that sort of thing. They couldn't possibly have done that while they were traveling. And then they had the time to review the report as they flew back to Washington, usually a 8-hour, 45-minute trip in those days in one of the Air Force One aircraft. And they left Andrews Field in a helicopter. They arrived on the White House lawn and presented it to the president. It had just left him about 2 days earlier. And here was the trip report. That's October 2nd of 1963. And that trip report contains the information that Kennedy had approved, that he was going to bring 1,000 men home by Christmas time. That's 1,000 military men. And by the end of 65, the bulk of U.S. personnel. Now, bureaucracy is an interesting thing. We learn what certain words mean. If he had said he would bring home the bulk of American military personnel, you would assume that the military personnel were there. So he'd bring them in. And most people who write about that period say Kennedy was going to bring home or not bring home. He was going to, they used the word they were going to withdraw the soldiers. Well, they weren't going to withdraw them. They weren't there. Withdraw is not the word. That's wrong. And many people have been writing for The Nation magazine and other magazines like that trying to explain Kennedy's mind, overlooked the fact that we very carefully inserted into that document, bring home the U.S. personnel. And what did that mean? The CIA people were coming on. So again, that lowered the boom on the CIA, and this time it was the last time. They were going to be out of covert operation completely. So NSAM 55 began the movement of getting CIA out, and 263 closed the book on it, and by 65 he would have had no CIA people in Vietnam at all, and they'd been there since 45. So you see a good long period of time, 20 years. And in other countries too, he would have stopped them from being in covert operations overseas. It's very fundamental points that if you look in the right books and at the right reports, you get them all, and they're all backed up. These are not my words. I happen to be there, and I happen to be working in them. But this series, especially this latest book that has just been released, gives you the answers to what people have been looking for years. But the trouble is that during this period, countless history books have been written about Kennedy, about Vietnam, about the post-war period, about the Cold War. And the writers have not used this sort of material. And unfortunately, the books are, what would we call them, fantasy or mythology? Concoction. Incorrect. I belong to the Society of Historians for American Foreign Relations, a wonderful organization of thousands of mostly history professors all throughout the country. And as we have our annual meetings, one of the complaints that arises more frequently than any other is the quality of history books today. Quality meaning, are they true? Are they revisionist? There's more things been written about Kennedy that are absolutely untrue since his death. There's no sense of killing a guy twice, once with a gun and once with a typewriter. And they're untrue. And what I think people ought to do is refer to the work of these generals, like this report at the Bay of Pigs, or refer to these works, papers from the State Department. They're listed as the Foreign Relations of the United States, and see what the facts are. Or refer to some of the gentlemen that are mentioned in here who are still with us, God bless them, because those are the important things. And that tells us what really happened. And this is why when I worked with Oliver Stone, we were working from this kind of paper, and that's what stirred up so much opposition. Because when these big-time writers in the New York Times and the Washington Post and other papers said, there is no substantive history to back up what Stone's putting in the film, all I need to do is read these books. There's the substantive history. And it's appalling to think that these men who work every day on the minds of the American public with their computer writing through the New York Times and the Washington Post and the rest of them are telling us that sort of thing when they know very well what they're saying is not true. It's too bad, but it's not true.
And as you were saying before, the Taylor-McNamara report, which became, in essence, the formalized text for 263, you were involved working under Krulak in writing a lot of what became their report that they gave back to Kennedy when they arrived on the White House lawn, that was derived from all these meetings.
Yes, and you know, people have to understand, when you talk about the Joint Chiefs of Staff, there's an organization called the Joint Staff. Now, in my day, by law, it could not exceed 400 people. And so I was one of 400. And people say, well, what's your job? Our job is to do this kind of thing. When General Krulak would come back, he'd throw notes on the table before 5 or 6 of us, or even tape record, cassette recording. And he'd say, there's what we did today. Now look, each one of you do such and such a part you've been working on, and we'll get this report the way the president wants it. Wow. And when it was the way the president wanted it, that's when it went out to Hawaii to Taylor and McNamara, so that when it came back, the president was ready to sign it as his policy for Vietnam, which was he was not going to put American troops into Vietnam. Where we put, do you know how many troops were really in Vietnam? 2,600,000. And 58,000 were killed, let alone all the other people that were killed.
By the time it was all done?
By the time the Vietnam War was over, 2,600,000 men had been rotated through Vietnam. We don't very often think about that. We dropped more bombs from aircraft in Vietnam, in Indochina, than all of World War II. People don't have any idea what Vietnam really got to be after the death of Kennedy. Well, in all of those big numbers that I'm talking about, the money that rolled out went at least to $570 billion. Now, if Kennedy had not died, he would not have put those people there. Not just the 500,000 that were there at any one given day, but the 2,600,000. And if the people didn't go, they would not have had to spend the $570 billion. Well, there were, as General Eisenhower said in his great speech, which was the opening of the Stone film, that beware of the military-industrial complex. And when you threaten such a complex with the potential of 570 billion, and then you're going to bring it down to nothing, you are bound to get some hot-headed decisions. And the removal of the president is not a very difficult thing to do. Just think of the list of presidents who've been wounded, shot at, killed since World War II. A lot of people don't know that even President Carter was threatened with assassination. And President Reagan had a bullet in him. It's a very, very different world when we don't use things in a factual basis and really know what's going on, because then the public is so badly confused. Plus in debt. Confused and deeply in debt. You know, I don't have, my book is here. I don't know whether I can, but in the book, I could show you, just to make a point, because I knew the document, I inserted in this book of mine the picture of these men coming back to Washington with this report. It's on the coffee table in the president's office. And if anybody thinks that that huge report could have been written while they were running from one place to another in Vietnam, you see that big report on the coffee table in front of the president and Maxwell Taylor and McNamara there? That is the report of the trip. They couldn't have done that on the back of envelopes while they were running.
Right.
And it was very carefully designed by Kennedy to support his Vietnam policy, you see. He had no, it's like saying he was to blame for not providing air cover for the Cubans. Here's something people are saying he had no polish for Vietnam. He was going to do. The thing that's very interesting about Kennedy's death and this work, there was a meeting convened in Honolulu on the 20th of November, 1963. Very strange meeting, because 60 leaders of our government, including the ambassador from Saigon, among others, and all of Kennedy's cabinet had gone to Honolulu. And they had this meeting about what to do in the future with the Vietnam War. Despite the fact that this existed, there was this meeting about the Vietnam War. The interesting thing is that the report that they released that day, November 20th, and published in the New York Times, among other papers, on the 21st, is a glowing report of how things were becoming better in Vietnam. And yet, on the same day, November 21st, 1963, a report was written called NSAM 273, which was reversing some of the Kennedy policy for Vietnam. And yet, hypothetically, this NSAM, new NSAM, would have to be signed by Kennedy. And yet the Honolulu meeting was providing Kennedy with assurances that everything was going well. So could it be that this NSAM 273 was somehow signaling a change, which of course by March of 1973, when NSAM 288 came out under Lyndon Johnson, escalated the war to what we saw later.
Now you said March of 83, you mean March of 64?
No, March of 64.
March
yes,
of 64.
Thank you very much. Okay. March of 64. But you can see the changes in it. And some of these people have said, again referring to the Kennedy policy of not putting America, not withdrawing America, but not putting Americans in. Withdrawal was bringing the boys home for Christmas, but not putting them in. They completely overlook this rapid change that came right about the time the president was killed. And to me, it just underscores terrifically the way history books are worked on. Right. In 1967, sort of summing up all of this Vietnam period, Secretary McNamara of the Defense Department ordered a group to write the history of the U.S. in Vietnam from 1945, notice the date he picks, 45, to the present. And the present would be, when they got it done, the end of 1968. So, rather in a chronological manner, they wrote what amount to being 5 volumes this size of this history of the United States, a history written by people in the Pentagon, paid for by the U.S. government, and published by the U.S. government. It's called the Pentagon Papers. Because it is the same stack of highly classified papers that Daniel Ellsberg released to the New York Times, the Boston Globe, the Washington Post, and a few other papers. And of course, Ellsberg got in serious trouble for violating security and releasing this, which of course was very good advertising for this, because this was put together, as it states clearly in the opening paragraphs, by a man named Les Gelb. Gelb was working in the internal security agency offices of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Okay. That's where he was working. It also just happens that if you look in the Pentagon telephone books of the period, you find that not only is Mr. Gelb listed in ISA, but Daniel Ellsberg is listed in the Pentagon telephone books. And anybody that has enough interest to want to read history should just look in these books, because a lot of other nice names in here. General Richard Secord was working in the same office. Mr. Eagleberger, the State Department, was working in the same office.
ISA.
ISA. Bill Bundy was working. Bill Bundy was the head of it for a while, ISA. They had a little robin's nest there that was bringing out all these things. But something that I want to emphasize on this business of history, because most history professors, and therefore, unfortunately, most history students, believe that the Pentagon Papers are the essence of the Vietnam War period, and that if they study these, they know what went on. And the book is written in chronology. Like the page I'm open to here has the 3rd of November, the 4th of November, and over here on this page, 9th of November, the 20th of November, the Honolulu Conference, the conference I was talking to you about, with all the people out there. The entire country team met with Rusk, McNamara, Taylor, Bundy, Bell. So I have a copy of a letter Bundy wrote in 1991. This is McGeorge Bundy, saying he wasn't there. Here he's listed. Maybe the history book's wrong. But it's real interesting. They right up to the 20th. Then on the 22nd of November, 1963, on a blank slate in the Pentagon, they wrote this: Lodge confers with the President. 22nd of November. Having flown to Washington the day after the conference, Lodge meets with the President and presumably continues the kind of report given in Honolulu. 23 November 1963, NSAM 273. Drawing together the results of the Honolulu Conference and Lodge's meeting with the President, NSAM 273 reaffirms the U.S. commitment to defeat the Viet Cong in South Vietnam. But what's missing? The men that wrote this wrote it in 1968. They hadn't heard that Kennedy had died. They didn't even know Kennedy was missing. When Lodge confers with the President, they didn't clarify whether he met with Kennedy or Johnson, or neither. This is how history is written today. You see? And such things as that are very powerful in the minds of people in college today who are too young to know the things that I can remember about General Walter Beadle Smith, or General Ridgway, or General Bradley, or Allen Dulles. I've worked in Allen Dulles' home with him. I know what Allen Dulles thinks about various things. I've worked with him in John Foster Dulles' home. Well, why can't we tell it the way it is? Why can't we tell it truthfully? So on the 22nd of November, according to this 5-volume study done by 36 PhDs working with Les Gelb, who has been the managing editor of the New York Times, among other things, on the 22nd of November, they didn't even notice that the President of the United States had been shot. And the rest of our history books are just about that good. It's terrible. It's a disaster.
Like his father, Nelson Bunker Hunt was an ultra-conservative, and the Dallas Morning News advertisement was placed under a title that echoed Facts Forum. It was called, quote, the American Fact-Finding Committee, unquote, who described themselves as, quote, an unaffiliated and nonpartisan group of citizens who wished truth, unquote. And it accused JFK of all sorts of treasonous acts against America, including, quote, "Why have you ordered your brother Bobby, the Attorney General, to go soft on communists, fellow travelers, and ultra-leftists in America, while permitting him to persecute loyal Americans who criticize you, your administration, and your leadership? We demand answers to these questions, and we want them now," unquote. As a result, newspapers across America attacked Hunt's operations for, at the very least, creating the, quote, "climate of hate," unquote, in Texas that contributed to the president's death. And Hunt and his sons became targets in the FBI investigation that would then become part of the Warren Commission. The rise of a religious anti-communist fundamentalism really began to rise from the ashes of McCarthyism. The John Birch Society was one such group. Although in a 1964 interview with the New York Times, H.L. Hunt denied attending meetings and being a member of the John Birch Society, he is listed as a member along with other family members on sources online. Hunt expressed his admiration for Robert Welch, founder of the John Birch Society, and acknowledged that he had met Mr. Welch and talked with him by telephone. And leaflets around the Hunt oil offices at the time the interview was conducted promoted 2 pro-Goldwater books that were distributed by John Birch Society members. Another connection to JBS comes via General Albert Cody Wedemeyer, former Chief of Staff to Chiang Kai-shek, and an advisory board member of Hunt's Lifeline. Wedemeyer was a member of the John Birch Society Advisory Council. Another member of Hunt's Lifeline Advisory Board was General Robert E. Wood, former chairman of Sears Roebuck and Company. Wood was a leader in the old right American conservatism movement from the 1920s through the 1960s. In the fallout from the successful CIA-backed 1954 Guatemalan coup, he founded the American Security Council in September of the same year. Dan Smoot was also associated with Robert W. Welch Jr.'s John Birch Society and wrote for the Society's American Opinion bi-monthly magazine. Nelson Bunker Hunt was a financial backer of and served as a member of the Council of the John Birch Society.
This section is called The Strange Case of Robert Surrey. Speaking of General Walker Walker's business partner and close aide Robert Surrey, whose wife was Walker's personal secretary, enters into both the Kennedy assassination and the attempt on General Walker in two strange ways. It was Surrey who produced an infamous leaflet attacking Kennedy called Wanted for Treason, which circulated through Dallas a few days before the assassination. Surrey knew about producing leaflets since he worked as a printing salesman for Johnson Printing Company in Dallas. He wrote the leaflet's text and set the type and print at Johnson Printing Company. He then had a salesman named Robert Krause print about 5,000 copies of the diatribe at a company called Letterhead Printing Company. By the way, I would note that he was assisted in this leaflet by the Conservatism USA or CUSA organization of Larry Schmidt. When Surrey was asked about all this during his testimony before the Warren Commission, he surprised the panel by taking the Fifth Amendment, although investigators for the commission knew all the details concerning the leaflet's production. Commissioner Hale Boggs noted that Surrey was, quote, the only witness out of hundreds who has pled the Fifth Amendment, unquote. But why did Surrey feel he had to take the Fifth when the leaflet was discussed? Surrey did, however, discuss his relationship with General Walker. He first met Walker in 1962 when he volunteered to help the general in his failed bid to become Texas governor. He also accompanied Walker to Oxford, Mississippi in September of 1962 during James Meredith's enrollment in the University of Mississippi. While at Oxford, Walker was arrested by the military on October 1, 1962 and charged with inciting to riot, sedition, and other crimes. He spent 4 months in a mental hospital at the instigation of a government psychiatrist before being released by a federal grand jury that refused to indict him. After the Texas election, Surrey and Walker formed their own business called the American Eagle Publishing Company, which issued a series of pamphlets. Surrey was the unpaid president of Eagle Publishing, while Walker, his only partner, put up the money for the operation. Surrey's other contribution to the Oswald affair came as a witness. According to Surrey, on the night of April 8, 1963, while driving past Walker's house, quote, I saw two men around the house peeking in windows and so forth, and reported this to the general the following morning, unquote. Walker in turn notified the Dallas police the next day, a Tuesday. That Wednesday, someone fired a shot into Walker's house. Some 15 minutes after the shooting, Walker called Surrey and told him about the attack. By the way, that attack has been blamed on Oswald. Continuing. Surrey's testimony has always held considerable weight with Warren Commission critics, since he says he observed two men, not one, lurking outside Walker's residence. Yet how could there be two men outside Walker's house if Oswald was the lone nut the Warren Commission said he was? With that fact duly noted, it does seem remarkable that just 2 days after Surrey's sighting, an attempt was made on Walker's life.
General, will you describe for us just what happened last night?
Well, the police from the city came in to investigate a rifle shot that was fired into the house, fired through the west window, and hit the sill and hit the wall across the room and went through the wall over the desk at which I was sitting. This happened at 9 o'clock at last. Well, there's an enemy within this country, and of course it's the same enemy that represents the position that we should do away with the House Un-American Activities Committee, that we should destroy our local police forces, and that we should do away with our military forces. These are the, you might say, the anti-Americans as far as our traditions, heritage, and Constitution are concerned, and there are plenty of them in this country, in spite of the federal government's position that there is no threat from within. There is a threat from within, and this is just further indications that there is a threat to our individual rights and liberties.
Surrey was surely questioned by the Dallas police after the attack on Walker. Could Surrey, acting either on his own knowledge or from his police sources, have been Deutsche Nationalzeitung's source for the allegation that Oswald fired on Walker if the paper did indeed print the news well before the rest of the media? This possibility becomes particularly important to investigators since it turns out that Surrey was himself an avowed Nazi. Even more astonishing, he became a leading sponsor of George Lincoln Rockwell in 1964. Bear in mind Rockwell's connections to both Guy Bannister and Lee Harvey Oswald. And this next section is called Codenamed Mox Amon. In the spring 1995 edition of The Historian, Frederick Simonelli, who is now finishing the first biography of George Lincoln Rockwell, reports that Rockwell's last major patron was Robert Surrey. Surrey was such a Nazi that he took as his code name Mox Amon. The real Mox Amon had been a sergeant in the headquarters company of Hitler's regiment during World War I. In 1921, Hitler brought him into the Nazi Party, where he became the party's business manager. Amon became the director of the Nazis' publishing house, which may be why his name appealed to Surrey. Simonelli also reports that Surrey's wife was Walker's personal secretary. When the general declined to join Surrey's embrace of Rockwell, Mrs. Surrey refused to work for him anymore. But how could Robert Surrey become Rockwell's last major patron when he was himself poor? Although he said he held some shares of the Johnson Printing Company, he was just a salesman there. Nor did he have any money to invest in the American Eagle Publishing Company, as did Walker. Finally, when Surrey was asked at the Warren Commission hearings why he was appearing without a lawyer, he replied, quote, "I cannot afford to bring counsel," unquote. So how could Surrey, who testified before the Warren Commission on June 16, 1964, then become Rockwell's patron? One logical answer would be that Surrey was fronting for other behind-the-scene players. But if so, who were they? And for that matter, when did Surrey become a Nazi? Was it in 1964? Or had he Nazi affiliations dating back even earlier? Without examining this question closely, it is impossible to be fully confident of Surrey's actions during 1963. Finally, it should be noted that Walker and possibly for a time Surrey had been involved in publishing the American Mercury out of Dallas. The American Mercury, once H.L. Mencken's journal, was run for some years by a New York-based writer named Russell McGuire. After his death, Walker became the Mercury's publisher and editor from December 1964 to September 1965, when it was taken over by the American rightist publisher Willis Carto.
My name is David Surrey. My father's name is Robert Allen Surrey. It's my stepmother. Her name was Mary Kessler in the John Birch Society. And they became very active in the anti-communism movement. They had meetings at the house. We would have maybe 50 to 100 people attend meetings. They would take up offerings to help the John Birch Society. They would watch movies. For instance, Communist Encirclement, Must It Be? That was a movie I remember watching with them, etc. And as time went on, they organized a little more, and my father was, at the time, was working for a company called Johnson Printing Company. And he met General Edwin Walker. As time went on, my father became a PR man, public relations man, for General Edwin Walker. And he started making his political connections at that point. General Walker's house, who had a nice, beautiful home on Turtle Creek here in Dallas. And we were stuffing envelopes to send in the mail. And as we were doing this, a shot rang out. Very loud, bam! Echoed through the house. And my dad was there, screamed, everybody hit the ground, which we all did. Everybody dove. Even though we were kids, we knew what a gunshot was. So, as things went on, my dad said, no more shooting. My dad jumped up and he goes, it came from right out front. And he goes, you come with me, David. And we jumped in my father's car. Anyway, we jumped in there and we took off after this gunman, looking for a car or something out of the ordinary. This is a nice neighborhood. And anyway, we circled around 4 or 5 blocks, 6 7 blocks, something. Didn't get anything, and after a while, my father pulled up on the curb. We were about 3 blocks away, behind another car. And I was in the front seat of the car. And supposedly we had not found this gentleman, whoever shot at him. And my dad got out and he went up to this car. And the guy got out of the car and I couldn't see him. It was dark, it was at night. And he said, did you get him? Or, no, I missed, is what he said. And at the time I thought he meant he didn't see the guy who shot at him. They looked for him and he missed him. He didn't know where he was. And my father. So anyway, the police came, took a report. We went out, my dad and I, and he introduced me to a guy, Lee. We just call him Lee. And we went out to the woods, which was at that time was in Richardson, which was a wooded area. It was nothing hardly. We went out there and we were shooting some guns. My dad had a 30-06, and Lee had a 30-30 and another type of deer rifle. I can't remember what it was, but we were shooting these guns and picked up all the shells. All the shell casings were all picked up. Right, so that was fine, you know, whatever. That was fun for me. I enjoyed it. First time I'd really shot a big gun. And we went home and I didn't think anything about that. And maybe about 2 weeks later, we drove over to Oak Cliff to what I came to know as Lee Harvey Oswald's house.
In 1959, Walker met publisher Robert Welch. Welch founded the John Birch Society to promote his anti-communist opinions, one of which was that President Eisenhower was a communist. This assertion surprised Walker because it coincided with the segregationist argument of Reverend Billy James Hargis that the civil rights movement was a communist plot. On August 4, 1959, Walker submitted his resignation to the U.S. Army. President Eisenhower denied Walker's request for resignation and offered him command over more than 10,000 troops in Augsburg, Germany, specifically the 24th Infantry Division, which Walker accepted. He began promoting his pro-blue indoctrination program for troops, which included a reading list of materials by Richest and the John Birch Society. Because the John Birch Society regularly claimed that all U.S. presidents from Franklin D. Roosevelt onward had been communists, its opinions were considered too controversial politically for a U.S. general to advocate. Military officers were not supposed to engage in politics at all. Walker was quoted by the Overseas Weekly as saying that Harry S. Truman, Eleanor Roosevelt, and Secretary of State Dean Acheson were, quote, definitely pink, unquote.
In China at this time, you had a situation where what they refer to here as puppet troops were, at first, fighting against the Japanese, then cheerfully jumped to the Japanese cause, being traitors to their own country, and then were welcomed by Chiang Kai-shek with open arms. This obviously creates sort of a muddied situation, but basically you have Chinese puppet troops switching uniforms to the Japanese and then back to the Chinese government. This is from The Nightmare Decade by Fred Cook.
That's right, okay. Again, a segment from The Nightmare Decade talking about not only the puppet troops, but in fact the Japanese themselves, who, again, those of you not familiar with the Chinese theater, and this is why I suggest you read some of the well-known historians like Barbara Tuchman, will not be aware of just the numerous and hideous atrocities that were performed in China by the Japanese. They were the outrage of the world before World War II actually started.
What military historians refer to as the rape of Nanking, which Nip Tuck talked about, and it's been in the news lately, and one of the points they made was in that one city alone, 340,000 Chinese were killed, which is roughly equal to the number of Japanese who died in both of the atomic bombings. And it's worth noting that these 340,000 did not die in a thermonuclear blast. They were bayoneted to death, shot to death, beheaded, and so forth, in just an orgy of atrocity that, as Nip Tuck very accurately told you, just was the outrage of the world at that time. Living Chinese were used for bayonet practice and so forth. Just imagine the effect that had upon the Chinese consciousness.
Due to the increasing propaganda since the last few decades, many Japanese thought of the Chinese as an inferior human group, while seeing themselves as the superior race. Furthermore, the Japanese military government wished to intimidate the rest of China into surrendering fast. It was decided that Nanjing was to be made into an example of unprecedented cruelty and brutality. During the capture of Nanjing, two Japanese officers, named Toshiaki Mukai and Tsuyoshi Noda, decided to have a contest between themselves. The objective was to behead 100 people first with their swords before the final capture of the city. Tokyo newspaper Nichi Nichi Shimbun regularly covered their progress, branding it as a heroic action. When Nanjing fell on the 13th of December, Mukai had allegedly murdered 106 and Noda 105. Since they could not determine which officer had reached the goal first, they decided to continue the contest to 150. A day after, the Japanese started to pillage the mostly deserted city, not counting the safety zone, looting shops and houses, setting fire to buildings, and summarily executing Chinese civilians walking in the streets. A third of the city was destroyed in the flames. On the 17th of December, John Rabe wrote to the Japanese embassy for the first time of many, complaining about the absence of discipline of the Japanese army that freely roamed into the city to raid everything they could. The same day, General Matsui finally entered the city, having recovered from his illness. The next day he confessed to his aides that he was only beginning to realize the extent of the atrocities and that his personal feelings were moved. He nonetheless added that Japanese army had to continue unless China repented. The same day, in what would be known as the Strawstring Gorge Massacre, thousands of young Chinese men were arrested. They were taken to the riverbanks of the Yangtze and their hands were tied together. During the following hour, they were systematically gunned down, and any survivor was stabbed with bayonets. Their bodies were all thrown into the river. On another occasion, the Japanese gathered 1,300 Chinese people and killed them with landmines and burning kerosene. In the same fashion, any survivor was stabbed. Bodies were disposed of by burning them, or in mass graves dug by the victims themselves or other civilians. In addition to the countless murders, thousands of Chinese women were raped during the period that followed the capture of the town. Although most victims were young women, children and the elderly were not spared either. The Imperial Japanese soldiers regularly searched houses for women, gang-raped them, and often killed them by mutilation with a bayonet afterwards. The American missionary Reverend James McCullum estimated that over 1,000 girls were raped every night, and many other during the daytime. The safety zone, although saving most civilians, was not enough to protect them all. On many accounts, the Japanese entered the safety zone and shot or kidnapped people.
And again, one of the reasons that General Joseph Stilwell was so upset with Chiang Kai-shek was because America, principally America, was sending millions and millions of dollars of Lend-Lease aid to Chiang Kai-shek to fight the Japanese, who were devastating his country and slaughtering his countrymen by the hundreds of thousands. And Chiang Kai-shek instead was supporting his vast family and friends in high style, while much of the money was just being siphoned off to graft and corruption, and even more of it, though, was going into stockpiling military equipment for Chiang Kai-shek to destroy the communists after the war ended. And in fact, he had very little intentions of fighting the Japanese at all. Okay, going back to The Nightmare Decade by Fred Cook. When the war ended, China was in utter chaos. Thousands of Japanese troops wandered around the countryside fully armed, with no one accepting their surrender. John F. Melby, in a day-by-day diary he kept at the time, reflected in bewilderment upon this anomaly. On December 27, 1945, he noted, quote, "I still don't understand about the Japanese. Officially, they are being disarmed. But the fact is they never seem to be. In Shanghai, 15,000 still walk the streets with full equipment. In Nanking, the high Japanese generals are bosom buddies of the Chinese. In the north, tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers are used to guard railroads and warehouses and to fight the communists." If you ask what this is all about, the answer is either a denial or, in more candid moments, a shh, we don't talk about that. In another entry on January 30th, 1947, a good 16 months after VJ Day, 16 months, mind you, almost a year and a half, Melby noted that, though it was being kept, quote, very quiet, there were 80,000 holdout Japanese troops in eastern and northwestern Manchuria who are fully equipped, fighting the communists. So almost a year and a half after VJ Day, 80,000 troops fighting the communists on behalf of Chiang Kai-shek.
Recall, this is very similar to something that we looked at on the Western Front in Europe, where guerrilla groups that were set up by the Third Reich and under the command of the OKW, German Army High Command, basically fought a fierce guerrilla warfare in the rear of the Red Army as the Germans were retreating. Although originally set up by the Third Reich, they continued their war until the early 1950s, and the sponsorship of these guerrilla groups basically went to the CIA through the Gehlen Organization, now Hitler's Eastern Front Intelligence Organization, which we absorbed in the end of the war. So basically, what you had here in China was the same thing that you had in Western Europe, which was a continuation of the combat. You had the Chinese communists who were fighting the Japanese throughout the war, and also the Chinese puppet troops, and then with VJ Day on August 8th, 1945, the Japanese troops continued their fighting, only simply on behalf of the Chinese nationalists and, by extension, the United States at this point. Ditto for the Chinese puppet troops, who simply jumped to Japanese when it served them and became traitors, and then jumped back to Chiang Kai-shek when it became more convenient. So the fighting continues throughout the war, and only there's basically a nominal change of uniforms. But it's important to understand that there was a continuation of combat in China here during the early years after World War II.
U.S. Army officially rebuked Major General Edwin Walker, and President Kennedy accepted his resignation from the Army in 1961. The disgraced Walker found a home in Dallas. During his time in Dallas, Walker increasingly became a strident critic of the Kennedys. Walker also became active in segregationist resistance efforts in the South and said civil rights demonstrations in Washington and in Austin, Texas were, quote, pro-Kennedy, pro-communist, and pro-socialist, unquote. In October 1962, after federal marshals had put down riots at the University of Mississippi and forced the university to admit James H. Meredith, a black student, General Walker was arrested on a federal warrant charging him with insurrection and seditious conspiracy. But a federal grand jury miraculously failed to indict him, and the charges were dropped. This wasn't Walker's last brush with the law. At age 66, Walker was arrested on June 23, 1976, for public lewdness in a restroom at a Dallas park. He was accused of fondling and propositioning a male undercover police officer. He was arrested again in Dallas for public lewdness on March 16, 1977. He pleaded no contest to one of the two misdemeanor charges, was given a suspended 30-day jail sentence, and was fined $1,000.
John Birch, now recall his mission here. He's traveling along railway lines with active assistance from disarmed, I guess you could really regard them as turned Japanese soldiers, because recall that we were, meaning U.S. policy in that area through Chiang Kai-shek, was willing to enlist the armed support of the Japanese against the Chinese communists, in essence affecting a uniform switch, as we mentioned. Perhaps more importantly, John Birch, now recall that Wiedemeyer had authorized American forces and, in particular, OSS to accept the surrender of Japanese on behalf of Chiang Kai-shek, and this put them in direct conflict with the Chinese communists. And recall, of course, that throughout this time there's been a continuation of combat. In other words, this was 1 week to the day after VJ Day that John Birch died, and basically the fighting has gone on unabated. The fighting that had proceeded throughout World War II is still going on, only a nominal shift of uniforms on behalf of the Japanese who are guarding railway lines here. And John Birch now is working with, among others, 2 Chinese puppet soldiers who had been collaborating with the Japanese, and specifically part of his mission was to escort them to the puppet General Ho in Soochow, their ultimate destination. As seen here, these groups were receiving active aid from the Japanese, the very Japanese who had bombed Pearl Harbor and who had been America's enemies 1 week before, and who, as we mentioned, were involved in a continuous combat throughout this period, stretching, of course, throughout World War II and right up to this point, where right now we're, in August 15th, 1945. And that basically these are the people with whom John Birch was working and traveling. Now, what Birch went into Chinese territory, was stopped by the Chinese, who took due note of his puppet associates and his association with the Japanese. However, they were quite willing to allow him to pass through their territory and to fulfill his request to meet with their commanding officer. The bone of contention was that they wanted to disarm Birch and his party. Birch and his party refused to be disarmed, and in fact, according to all accounts, some of Birch's own associates warned him that his attitude was a little too truculent. At any rate, eventually, the attempt to disarm them by the Chinese led to a fight, and so, but these are the circumstances under which Birch died. Basically, for all intents and purposes, fighting with the Axis here. He's working with Chinese puppet troops and Japanese troops, and note that the Japanese are fully armed here and are taking up defensive positions on this railroad. Then when the Chinese communists want to disarm him, Birch stages an argument and is killed. So that is how John Birch died.
For 20 years, 2 men dueled for the future of China. Mao Zedong led a battle-hardened band of guerrillas fighting to create a communist China. China's nationalist army was led by Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, whose name in the Mandarin dialect is pronounced Zhong Kai-she. By 1936, the civil war between the nationalists and the communists in China had been raging for nearly 10 years.
Mao and Chiang Kai-shek clearly had a visceral hatred for each other. It was often forgotten, and Mao never publicly discussed it very much, but his second wife, I believe it was killed by Chiang's troops in 1927. Chiang also saw the communists as the single greatest threat to his vision of a united China under his rule. And I think over time, Mao and Chiang did see each other as symbols of what the other hated most and resented most.
But in 1936, China's decade-long civil war was being upstaged by a new threat, Japan. The Japanese invasion of Manchuria in 1931 might well be considered the first act of the Second World War. 8 years before war broke out in Europe. Weakened by civil war, China was ripe for invasion by Japan. Many Chinese felt there was only one hope, a united front. If the battling armies of Mao's communists and Chiang's nationalists could fight as one, they might repel the invasion. The only difficulty was that Chiang Kai-shek believed the internal threat to China from Mao was a greater problem than the outside threat from Japan. Marshal Jiang was a Manchurian. He wanted revenge on the Japanese invader, and it was clear he was not going to get it from Chiang. He had to force Chiang's hand. Unaware of the secret meetings between the Marshal and the Communists, Chiang Kai-shek impatiently headed to Xi'an to personally lead the young Marshal's troops against Mao. Upon arrival in Xi'an, the hunter became the hunted. The young Marshal placed Chiang under house arrest and sent word to Mao. His enemy was now detained. Hurried conferences of communist leaders debated whether to jail Chiang, exile him, or execute him. But Mao Zedong agreed with the young Marshal. The real threat to China was not the long civil war, but the invading Japanese. Changing 10 years of communist policy, Mao then offered to join hands with his mortal enemy. The offer to Chiang Kai-shek was simple: renounce his attempts to destroy the communists and agree to combine forces as allies against their joint enemy, Japan. In truth, Chiang had little choice in the matter. Chiang Kai-shek returned to his capital in Nanking, proclaiming the deal a triumph rather than a humiliating defeat. The war for the future of China was put on hold for the time being. The new alliance came none too soon. Within 6 months, Japan was poised to invade China itself. The Japanese turned their sights on Shanghai. Then, as now, it was the financial heart of China. A coastal city built by Westerners.
The Great Battle of Shanghai was fought between August 13th, 1937, and it ended November 25th. It was a horrible battle. In that period of really only about 3 months, the Nationalists lost about 300,000 men.
From Shanghai, the invaders rapidly made their way to the capital. Japanese troops began a rampage of atrocities that has come to be known as the Rape of Nanking. In a 3-month period, the Japanese army killed over 200,000 civilians, raped an estimated 20,000 women, and then burned the city. In the north, Japanese troops invaded the provinces of Jehol and Shanxi. Here they met a combined Chinese force of nationalist and communist troops. In Pingqingguan, nationalist troops pretended to flee before the invaders, leading them into a high mountain pass and a trap. Communist guerrillas, trained in mountain fighting, descended upon the Japanese, wiping them out. The Battle of Pingqingguan was an enormous victory for China's new united front. But it would be their last. At the end of 1937, Japan considered China a conquered nation. But in the rural West, Chiang Kai-shek still proclaimed himself Generalissimo of Free China. And in the mountainous Northwest, Mao Zedong's communist stronghold remained unconquered. Now it was time for a different kind of war. A war of guerrillas. A war of spies. Here in this most western of Asian cities, the United States and European countries had settlements with the status of colonies. Settlements that the Japanese dared not touch. From 1937 to 1941, this European section of the city called itself Island Shanghai, a neutral sanctuary in a sea of Japanese occupation. Island Shanghai soon became a home for spies.
Shanghai was a perfect place for a city of intrigue to be located in because it really was 4 different cities. The city was divided into an international settlement, which was essentially run by the British, a French concession, a Japanese section, and then the Chinese portion of the city. Someone could commit a crime or carry out an assassination raid in one part of the city, step across the boundary into the international settlement, and instantly find asylum there. It was almost as though you were living on the border of 4 different countries.
The Peace Hotel, still standing today, became Spy Central in the late 1930s. Far to the northwest of Shanghai were the headquarters for the spies of the communists. Yunnan was quite a contrast from the debauched pleasures of Shanghai. Mao and his followers lived in caves dug out of sandstone mountains. His soldiers were mostly peasants. They followed a Spartan egalitarian regimen, a peasant lifestyle for a peasant regime. Traditional military strategy was futile against the much better equipped and more powerful Japanese army. So Mao Zedong turned to guerrilla warfare, with surprising results. Mao's guerrillas attacked Japanese railroad tracks, disrupted troop movements, blew up arms caches and ammunition dumps, then disappeared into the surrounding villages. When Chinese peasants were conscripted by force into the Japanese occupation army, Mao's guerrillas did a brisk business buying their Japanese-supplied guns and ammunition. To the peasants of the northern provinces, Mao's guerrillas were truly the Robin Hoods of China. But Mao Zedong had additional support in his campaign of secret warfare. This was an espionage training camp created and funded by the Soviet Union. Based in Mao's headquarters in Yunnan, it was called the Institute of Oriental Munich.
The Institute of Oriental Munich was controlled by the Soviets. It trained hundreds of agents for Asian Communist parties, and that include how to use secret ink, how to penetrate into enemy's tent, for example, and how to use codes. And those special skills were needed for any agents.
A time came when Mao's spies could return the favor. Mao soon had trained spies in various places throughout China and even in Europe. In May 1941, one of Mao's agents met a German military attaché at an embassy party. The German proudly bragged to his new Chinese friend that Hitler was about to turn the tables on Stalin and invade Russia. The Chinese agent excused himself and immediately radioed headquarters. Shocked by the news and pleased by his far-reaching spy network, Mao contacted Stalin.
Stalin wouldn't believe it. Stalin thought this is Oriental garbage and some kind of conspiratorial scheme. And of course, when Barbarossa started in June 22nd, 1941, Stalin realized he had been mistaken.
Mao's spies had stumbled onto one of the biggest secrets of World War II, but they simply were not believed because they were Chinese. Meanwhile, both Chiang and Mao found it mutually beneficial to begin spying not just on the Japanese, but on each other as well. The head of Chiang's intelligence network was an elusive figure whose brutal reputation still elicits fear in China today. His name was Dai Li, a major general in Chiang's Kuomintang party. He headed an organization with the innocuous name of Bureau of Statistics and Investigation.
Dai Li's intelligence force was at the time the largest in the world. The estimates of the number of assets or agents ranged from 100,000 to 300,000 agents. He had agents throughout China, in Japan, throughout Southeast Asia, in the South Pacific, and even in America.
He was a brilliant man, he was a tough-minded general, but he was a cutthroat. Precisely because of the image of being a cutthroat, efficient military chief, he attracted both admirations as well as hostility. He was ultra loyal to Chiang Kai-shek, so he hated the communists, and communists of course hated him.
Interestingly enough, Dai Li's crack agents ran up against the same prejudice that Mao's spies had earlier. Despite their proven ability, their own allies did not take them seriously.
The cryptoanalysts that worked for Dai Li managed to crack the Japanese military codes and twice provided the United States with advance warning of the Pearl Harbor attack, warning that was ignored by the War Department, partly on the supposition that the Chinese couldn't possibly have carried out this cryptoanalytic feat.
The Japanese, unable to wipe out the resistance in China, turned their sights on the Pacific. Despite the warnings of Dai Li's codebreakers, the Americans were not prepared when Japan attacked the naval fleet at Pearl Harbor. A new player was about to enter the already confused field of wartime China. And Mao Zedong was about to acquire his strangest ally. The Japanese sneak attack on Pearl Harbor brought the United States into World War II. But Pearl Harbor had immense ramifications for China as well.
I ask that the Congress declare a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
China had now become America's partner in the war. Despite China's united front with Mao's communists, the United States only recognized the government of Chiang Kai-shek. The Americans began a massive campaign to support Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists, not only with troops, but with money, equipment, and arms as well.
The Americans rapidly concluded that every Japanese soldier tied down fighting in China was a Japanese soldier who wouldn't be fighting in the Philippines or Hawaii or in San Diego. So the American priority was keeping China in the war. Everyone recognized its efficiency was low, its success rate minimal, but as long as China stayed in the war, it tied down Japan.
The Japanese controlled all of the Western Pacific, preventing any aid to China by sea. So the Allies came the other way, sending supplies to India, which were then flown 500 miles over the Himalayas on a brutal mission known as Flying the Hump. In exchange for arms and equipment, the United States needed one thing from China: information. China was to become America's listening post. With this in mind, U.S. naval intelligence contacted the most knowledgeable man in Asia, the nationalist spymaster Dai Li. Lieutenant Commander Milton Miles of the U.S. Navy became the point man in a joint operation with the nationalist intelligence men called Naval Group China. This once classified film, shot by U.S. intelligence operatives, is one of the few times the elusive Dai Li allowed himself to be filmed.
The Special Forces trained by Naval Group China in 1942-43 in cooperation with Dai Li were designed to achieve several goals. Some were to be guerrillas in demolition, blow up bridges, blow up tunnels, harass the Japanese. Some were to be weather groups to set up weather tracking stations in North China and Manchuria. Other groups were designed to root out Japanese collaborators in unoccupied China.
Their espionage methods ranged from the highly technical, like code breaking, to the most simple, such as the use of carrier pigeons for covert long-distance communication. Dai Li and the Chinese nationalists had their own ulterior motives in the exchange.
Chinese nationalist leadership, especially Jiang and Dai Li, saw Naval Group China as a sort of backdoor to Washington, a way to curry influence, a way to get supplies, and a way to run around groups they didn't like.
But soon another group of spies would enter the picture. General William Wild Bill Donovan had just created the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, a forerunner of the CIA. Its creation in 1941 was controversial. U.S. Army and Navy intelligence resented yet another spy agency meddling in military matters, especially with a civilian at the helm. Though the OSS had many successful operations in the European theater, it was also in Europe that Donovan faced the most resistance from rival Allied intelligence groups. Donovan looked for an arena where he could operate without interference. He thought he'd found it in China.
Donovan wanted to do one thing in the China theater more than anything else: the independence with which he could operate his intelligence operations. And that potential of being independent from the Army control, from the Chinese control, really was most delicious to him. And he spent a lot of energy and time, resources in the China theater.
Donovan loosely allied his organization with the Chinese-American joint operation. The OSS brought experience and resources to China that Milton Miles' naval intelligence did not have.
The morale operation, fake rumors, make up stories, and they print fake documents to destabilize enemies' will to fight. For example, they will say the emperor had criticized the occupation forces in China for their atrocities, which of course is a fake story. And they even made up stories say General Tojo and Hitler have some kind of homosexual relationships.
The arrival of Donovan and the OSS alarmed many of the Americans in China. Milton Miles, now a captain, saw Donovan as encroaching on his turf. Donovan, for his part, chafed under the command of Miles and naval intelligence. Donovan looked for an alliance that would give his spies free rein. He soon turned his eyes northward to the other center of Japanese resistance, Mao's communists. Mao's troops had already built a reputation as fearless guerrillas. Little was known about Mao's intelligence operations, but they were rumored to be reliable. The fact that the communists were isolated geographically and militarily was not lost on William Donovan, who saw an opportunity for real independence. In December 1943, Donovan sent a discreet message to Mao in his headquarters in Yan'an, signaling that he might want to meet. Little did Donovan know that his OSS operation had already been penetrated by Mao's spies.
The deputy director had this romantic obsession with his secretary, and he could not do it in downtown Chongqing. And he sought the help of one of the guys who he knew who spoke English very well. So this guy arranged a serene house in the suburb so he could have some kind of dalliances with his secretary. And in return, he was very grateful to this person, and this person happened to be Yan Baohang, and the top spy of the Chinese Communists.
Unaware that the communist Yan Baohang had already infiltrated OSS operations, Donovan sent word to Mao of a possible alliance. Mao was intrigued. Overt American aid was possibly his best chance at gaining legitimacy and support. He sent word back. The Chinese Communist Party would be quite happy to become America's ally. Under Donovan's direction, a unique team of American spies and diplomats quietly prepared to travel north to meet Mao Zedong. It was 1944, and in China the Allies were not finding the support they so desperately needed. Despite millions of dollars and thousands of tons of arms and ammunition, Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces were unable to make any headway against the Japanese. American General Albert Wiedemeyer, head of the Army's headquarters in China, could only express disgust at the military state of America's supposed ally. He said, "China's army is ready for a general hospital rather than a general reserve. The disorganization and muddled planning of the Chinese is beyond comprehension." Part of the problem was that Chiang Kai-shek refused to use all his new Allied resources against the Japanese, preferring instead to save his best troops and equipment to fight against Mao once the war with Japan was over. In the nationalists' eyes, the real war was still against the communists.
In 1943 and early 1944, the military situation in China was so bleak, with the Chinese nationalist armies failing to fight effectively, squandering aid, squirreling it away for an expected civil war, that Roosevelt became intrigued by the advice of some embassy staffers that there was more than one horse to back in China. There was another horse, and that horse might be the Chinese Communist movement. With a little aid, with a little encouragement, they could be induced to fight the Japanese more effectively.
William Donovan, head of the OSS, had come to the same conclusion. He began to put together a secret task force. Its goals were to coordinate guerrilla missions, investigate the communist operations, train Chinese operatives, and relay all significant information back to Washington. Calling itself the Dixie Mission, the group began to make its way to Yan'an, Mao's communist stronghold in northwest China. The Dixie Mission consisted of 24 men. Some were OSS trainers and staff. The rest were members of the U.S. Foreign Service. Diplomats, not soldiers, most of them young, many of them fluent in Chinese. Their arrival in Yan'an was captured in this once top-secret OSS film. It was a diplomatic victory for the communists.
Mao was very receptive to the Dixie Mission. He gave them the nicest caves in Yan'an. People lived in caves carved out of sandstone. He invited them to dances. In fact, the half dozen or so American political officers in the Dixie Mission probably spent more time with Mao and his close aides than any other foreigners did in the 1930s, 40s, or 50s.
Colonel David Barrett arrived with the Dixie Mission in June 1944. He found a hardened group of guerrillas who were adept at conducting operations behind enemy lines. Soon, shipments of weapons and explosives once meant for the nationalists were rerouted to the communists in Yan'an. The communists found the OSS equally useful.
What the Chinese communists wanted from the OSS were three things: cash, with which to bribe the puppets for weapons. Secondly, the communists wanted arms equipment. And thirdly, I think it's most importantly, that the Chinese communists wanted from the OSS an open military and intelligence cooperation. The openness of that would signal the American acquiescence of the political legitimacy of Chinese Communist government.
The leading member of the mission's diplomatic corps was John Service, who saw in Yan'an the future of free China.
Jack Service, as he was known to his friends, had been born in China. He was a missionary kid. He had superb Chinese, not just regular Mandarin Chinese, but also knew many dialects, and was one of those inquisitive, all-American heroes who was able to move through the back alleys of cities and villages and pick up immense amounts of information. He became convinced during the Dixie Mission that the communists were China's best hope.
The U.S. was already allied with the Soviet Union, but there was another precedent for supporting communist guerrillas, a very successful precedent in Yugoslavia. Under the suggestion of Winston Churchill, Allied support had been withdrawn from the corrupt regime of Serbian General Mihailović and given to a communist partisan leader, Marshal Tito. Tito and his guerrillas proved to be effective allies. Service informed the State Department that a similar situation existed in China, suggesting that a change in support from the corrupt nationalists to the hard-fighting communists might help the war effort. William Donovan agreed, sending his top agents from Yugoslavia to the communist stronghold in Yan'an. In late 1944, with the D-Day invasion successfully behind them and the German armies in retreat, the U.S. began focusing even more on the war with Japan. William Donovan began working with Mao's brilliant General Chude on a daring plan designed to tip the entire balance of the war. A Normandy-style invasion of Japanese-occupied China on the beaches of Shandong province.
Shandong Peninsula was under the Japanese occupation, but the Chinese communists had several guerrilla bases there. And this would draw tremendous American troops and arms inflow with the Chinese communists.
At this point, the Dixie Mission was given a startling proposition. Mao Zedong and his second-in-command, Zhou Enlai, offered to go to Washington.
Mao asked the Dixie Mission to forward a message to President Roosevelt that he and Zhou Enlai would be willing to come either as private citizens or as Chinese representatives. They would go with or without publicity They'd fly to Washington and hope to meet President Roosevelt and make a pitch.
In November 1944, John Service composed a communique for the Dixie mission sent by coded telegram to Washington, D.C. It read, "The fact of our assistance to the communists would have profound and desirable political effects in China. There is no question that such a policy would be greatly welcomed by the vast majority of the Chinese people, and that it would raise American prestige. By such policy, which we consider realistically accepts the facts in China, we could expect to hold the communists to our side rather than throw them into the arms of Russia." Mao Zedong prepared for an historic meeting with the American president. But other forces were already plotting to prevent this alliance. It was a conspiracy of spies that, ironically, came not from Japan, but from within the Allied forces themselves. In 1945, Nazi Germany was collapsing under the Allied onslaught. In the Pacific, American forces continued their island-hopping campaign, slowly recapturing Japanese-conquered territory. But the Allies knew that it would be a long, hard fight. Japanese troops were fighting to the death instead of surrendering. Suicidal banzai charges were causing severe Allied losses, while entrenched Japanese troops were tying up Allied forces. A proposed plan to invade the Chinese mainland was intended to cut off supply lines to the Japanese and take some pressure off the brutal island-by-island campaign. China and Mao's guerrillas would provide a critical launching pad for a final assault on the Japanese home islands. Mao Zedong prepared to fly to Washington to present this concept to President Roosevelt. Members of the Dixie mission felt an alliance with the communists would have historic implications in Asia for the rest of the century. The mission sent a top-secret telegram to Washington urging a profound shift in America's support. It read, "We must not indefinitely underwrite a politically bankrupt regime. We must make a determined effort to capture politically the Chinese communists, rather than allow them to go by default wholly to the Russians. If Chiang and the communists are irreconcilable, then we shall have to decide which faction we're going to support. We must keep in mind this basic consideration. Power in China is on the verge of shifting from Chiang to the communists." But the American efforts for a communist-supported invasion were soon sabotaged, not by the Japanese, but by Dai Li's nationalist spies. Naval intelligence under Milton Miles saw Donovan's plan for a Chinese land invasion as another attempt to encroach on his turf. Miles and Dai Li agreed that their enemy was not just the Japanese, but the OSS and the Dixie mission.
Anytime members of the Dixie mission made proposals, tried to forward ideas advanced by Mao and Zhou for cooperative activities, the naval group people would not only forward to Washington these reports, but almost certainly were a back channel that forwarded these messages to Chiang Kai-shek and Dai Li. Chiang Kai-shek and Dai Li learned about it, and even before Roosevelt received the message, had sent a strong protest denouncing this proposal, ensuring its rejection by authorities in Washington.
Yet another opponent of the plan was the new ambassador to China, Patrick Hurley.
Patrick Hurley was one of the more ominous and ridiculous figures in American diplomatic history. He had been a Republican politician from Oklahoma. Hurley was looking for a foreign assignment. China was as far away from Washington as you could find, and Roosevelt, eager to, in a sense, rid himself of Hurley to a degree, while giving him a prestigious post, dispatched him as a representative to China.
Hurley had a passionate dislike of communism in any form. Chiang Kai-shek and Dai Li wined and dined their potential new ally, dazzling him with displays of the crack troops and new arms they had deliberately kept out of the war. Hurley became convinced that his new friend Chiang Kai-shek was China's only hope.
In the spring of 1945, one of the few remaining critics in the U.S. Embassy, a junior Foreign Service officer, wrote a memo mildly critical of Chinese nationalist policy. Patrick J. Hurley, the ambassador, called him into his office, had him sit in front of the desk. Hurley opened the desk drawer, pulled out a gun, put it in his face and said, "Change that report, or I'm going to shoot you." The man promptly changed the report, not surprisingly.
Patrick Hurley learned about the planned invasion of China from Dai Li's spies. He publicly denounced John Service and the Dixie Mission, saying their support for Mao and the Communists, even in wartime, was tantamount to treason. At the same time, Chiang Kai-shek protested the American support of Mao, even going so far as to threaten to make a separate peace with Japan. Under this kind of pressure, all official support for the invasion plan was dropped. Mao's trip to Washington was abandoned, and the members of the Dixie Mission were sent home in disgrace. Mao Zedong was no longer America's ally. In August 1945, the Japanese signed an unconditional surrender. The world rejoiced at the end of World War II. But in the mountains of northwest China, Mao Zedong knew that his war was far from over. The Civil War, placed on hold while China fought Japan, was about to be renewed. Mao's spies informed him that American guns and tanks were again being sent to Chiang Kai-shek's capital, and American planes were flying nationalist troops to strategic points throughout China. Mao's would-be American allies had turned against him. One of the last reporters in Yunnan found Mao to be surprisingly calm about this new and potentially devastating development. Mao confidently told the reporter, "If I can fight Japan with these few rusty rifles, I can fight America too." Billions of dollars in U.S. aid were sent to Chiang Kai-shek. Yet the nationalist forces collapsed before Mao's armies. Corruption and fraud had bankrupted the entire country. Many of Chiang's best troops defected to join the communists. Chiang Kai-shek fled mainland China in 1949 to join the final remnant of his army on the island of Taiwan. On October 1st, 1949, Mao Zedong declared the birth of the People's Republic of China. It was a China that was now violently anti-Western and anti-American. Within a year, Mao's soldiers would be shooting at American soldiers on the Korean Peninsula. In the aftermath of the communist victory, many Americans asked who lost China. The first culprits to be blamed were the members of the Dixie Mission. Senators like Joseph McCarthy claimed the Dixie Mission undermined Chiang's pro-Western nationalists, leading to a communist victory. This ended the diplomatic careers of most of the members of the Dixie Mission. At the height of the Red Scare of the 40s and 50s, John Service was even arrested for espionage. But members of the Dixie Mission were not the only suspects accused of losing China.
In 1949, the Republicans in opposition raised the charge, who lost China? They had their answer. It was Harry Truman, George Marshall, Dean Acheson, lily-livered Democrats who coddled communists. That seemed all the explanation that was necessary. Other Americans pointed out China was never ours to lose. I don't think anyone lost China. I think the Chinese had to find their own way. But I think the whole notion that anyone or any American group lost China is the height of arrogance, as if the most populous country in the world was a puppet on our string.
Nobody lost China. The communists won a victory, the nationalists lost the war, and that dispute remains unresolved to this day.
The fate of those who served in China in World War II was often bitter. John's service was cleared of all espionage charges, but he never again held a diplomatic post. Captain Milton Miles suffered a nervous breakdown in Chongqing near the end of the war and was sent home, effectively ending Naval Group China. Dai Li died in a mysterious plane crash in 1946, just before the Chinese Civil War resumed. Persistent rumors said the accident was actually an assassination engineered by the communists. Chiang Kai-shek led the nationalist government in Taiwan until his death in 1975, insisting to the end that he alone was the rightful leader of China.
In late 1966, New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison began investigating the JFK assassination after receiving tip-offs of the involvement of David Ferrie in an assassination plot. On March 1, 1967, Garrison arrested Clay Shaw for conspiracy to murder President Kennedy. Garrison charged that elements of the United States government, in particular the CIA, were involved in the crime. From the beginning, his probe was virulently attacked in the media and violently denounced from Washington. His office was infiltrated and sabotaged, and witnesses disappeared and some even passed away. This left the case for prosecution weak, and with poor choice of witnesses, the case shouldn't have gone to trial. Eventually Shaw was acquitted after the briefest of jury deliberations, and the only prosecution ever brought for the murder of President Kennedy was over.
During his testimony at his trial in New Orleans, Clay Shaw categorically denied ever knowing or meeting Lee Harvey Oswald. He did admit knowing Ferrie's roommate, Leighton Martins, but denied knowing that Martins was associated with David Ferrie. Nicholas and Matilda Taden testified to the contrary at Shaw's trial. The Tadens knew Ferrie as a flight instructor for their teenage son. In the summer of 1964, they saw Ferrie and Shaw exit together from a hangar at Lakefront Airport in New Orleans. Nicholas Taden quoted Ferrie as saying that Shaw was a friend of his and that he was in charge of the International Trade Mart.
Clay Shaw, he ran the Trade Mart where Lee Harvey Oswald was out front peddling pamphlets about
Lee Harvey Oswald used the alias A.J. Hidell, and there's evidence that Clay Shaw used the alias Lambert. An affidavit accompanying the HSCA RG 233 document claims that Georgian Edward J. Gurnis stated in 1967 that one of Clay Shaw's aliases was Lambert. Gurnis told Assistant District Attorney James Alcock that he had met with Clay Shaw and Oswald in New Orleans during April 1963 to discuss the purchase of guns. Shaw told Gurnis that he knew people who wanted to buy guns. After Shaw made a phone call, Oswald and an unknown man entered the office to discuss the deal. Gurnis also said that he witnessed Shaw and Oswald at a party held at an old colonial house that he thought was owned by Shaw. Clay Shaw was also on the board of directors of the Foreign Policy Association of New Orleans with Alton Ochsner. Ochsner was a big part of INCA, the Information Council of the Americas. INCA was involved in sustained propaganda campaigns and psychological warfare throughout the Americas.
These are officials of INCA, the Information Council of the Americas. Ed Butler, who conceived and initiated the organization. As executive vice president, he is in charge of the INCA program and engages in direct personal conflict with communism.
INCA was financed largely by two familiar names, Patrick J. Frawley, who also was a significant donor to the American Security Council, and the Texas oilman, Clint Murchison. Murchison was so close to Ochsner that Murchison also paid for construction of Ochsner's medical clinic and also bought Ochsner a racetrack that Ochsner later sold for $500,000. The two also played poker together at the interestingly named Coon Creek Club in Texas. INCA created broadcasts called truth tapes, which would be recycled through targeted areas. Domestically, stage rallies and fundraisers to both energize its base and collect funds to redouble its efforts. By this time, Butler was now in communication with people like Charles Cabell, deputy director of the CIA, and Ed Lansdale, the legendary PSYOPs master within the agency, whose focus on Cuba was increasing at the time. The daughter of Julius Rosenwald of Sears Roebuck and Company fame, Edith Rosenwald Stern of New Orleans, was the owner of NBC affiliate WDSU TV and radio, and a friend of Clay Shaw. In 1967, Edith established a fund to aid in the legal defense of Clay Shaw. She was also a member of INCA. Interestingly, the Stern's WDSU radio did not only broadcast the staged interview debate of Lee Harvey Oswald with INCA officials. WDSU TV filmed the footage of Oswald in New Orleans passing out fair play for Cuba leaflets. Those two instances were used to help build the perception that Oswald was a communist. Another person linked to INCA was Carlos Bringuier. The address on the leaflets distributed by Oswald was 544 Camp Street, New Orleans. This was also the office of Carlos Bringuier. Bringuier was a CIA operative in the Cuban exile community and leader of the DRE, one of its most important groups in New Orleans. In August of 1963, Bringuier was also involved in a quote-unquote scuffle with Oswald as he distributed literature for the FPCC, the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. This resulted in the arrest of Oswald for disturbing the peace. This resulted in a documented police record of Oswald's communist activities just months prior to the assassination of JFK. The fallout of this quote-unquote scuffle led to the aforementioned interview debate broadcast on WDSU radio. Butler's role in the assassination tale now gets even more interesting. For, as Time magazine noted in its 11/29/63 issue, quote, even before Lee Oswald was formally charged with the murder, CBS put on the air an Oswald interview taped by a New Orleans station last August, unquote. That night, according to New Orleans Magazine, Butler and the INCA staff churned out news releases about Oswald in order to offset the quote-unquote rightist and quote-unquote John Bircher charges flying about. Then, Senator Thomas Dodd, who ran the Senate Internal Security Subcommittee, was called up by Butler. Conservative Democrat Dodd was very friendly with the CIA and was a personal and professional enemy of Kennedy. Dodd was out of Washington on November 22nd, but booked a special flight back and announced to his staff, quote, I am a friend of the new administration, unquote. Dodd then began to mimic and deride those who were bereaved over Kennedy's death. He topped it all off with this, quote, "I'll say of John Kennedy what I said of Pope John the day he died. It will take us 50 years to undo the damage he did to us in 3 years," unquote. Dodd then invited his acquaintance Ed Butler to testify before a Senate subcommittee, a kind of parallel to Richard Nixon's red-baiting House on Un-American Activities Committee. Dodd later wrote of this episode that he was in contact with Butler just a few hours after Kennedy was shot, when Oswald was still alive. Further, Dodd added that Butler's testimony convinced him and his colleagues that, quote, Oswald's commitment to communism and the pathological hatred of his own country fostered by this commitment had played an important part in making him into an assassin. This important and historical record completely demolishes the widespread notion that Oswald was a simple crackpot who acted without any understandable motivation, unquote. In other words, Oswald really was a communist, and he alone killed Kennedy for that cause. Hale Boggs was so enamored of Butler that he invited him to serve on the Warren Commission. Finally, apparently completing Butler's public relations tour, the tape of the WDSU interview was forwarded by the CIA to Ted Shackley at the Miami station and used in the CIA's broadcasts into Latin America, furthering the legend about Oswald the Communist killing President Kennedy. Declassified files reveal that the label on the box with the tape says, quote, "From DRE to Howard," unquote. This means that Bringuier's group, DRE, probably gave a copy to Howard Hunt, who forwarded it to Shackley, who, in spite of later denials, was still funding the DRE at the time of the assassination. Upon the launch of Garrison's investigation of the activities of Lee Harvey Oswald in New Orleans, Alton Ochsner told a friend that he feared Garrison would order his arrest and the seizure of INCA's corporate records. The executive director of INCA, Ed Butler, took these records to California, where Patrick J. Frawley arranged for them to be hidden. Ronald Reagan, the governor of California, refused all of Garrison's extradition requests. Frawley had previously helped fund Reagan's political campaigns in California. Ed Butler had history with Clay Shaw. He originally sought financing from Clay Shaw for his anti-communist campaigns. This included the establishment of two organizations, Free Voice of Latin America, FVLA, and the American Institute for Freedom Project, AIFP. Butler employed Guy Bannister to work for the AIFP.
544 Camp Street, the address printed on the Fair Play for Cuba flyers, distributed by Lee Harvey Oswald, is also the same building, the Newman Building, where Guy Bannister's offices were located. The 531 Lafayette Street address and 544 Camp Street are at the same location. Another key link within the anti-Castro organizations was Sergio Cascio Smith. He operated out of the same building and operated as head of the New Orleans chapter of the Cuban Democratic Revolutionary Front. The organization was later absorbed into the Cuban Revolutionary Council. Cascio Smith headed this chapter of the Cuban Revolutionary Council in New Orleans and set up a funding arm out of the 544 Camp Street address with Guy Bannister called Friends of Democratic Cuba. Guy Bannister helped in drawing up the charter papers. The organization received strong criticism from the exiled Cubans in New Orleans. Cascio Smith was using the Castro cause to enrich himself, and the organization was forced to stop operating, and he was also pressured to step down from other leadership roles. According to CrimeMagazine.com, CIA agent Howard Hunt worked out of the same office building, setting up the Cuban Revolutionary Council at 544 Camp Street. Hunt had previously established Brigade 2506 in 1960, which was a CIA-sponsored militant group of anti-Castro Cubans. The invasion of Cuba failed, and Hunt was reassigned as executive assistant to Allen Dulles, who shortly after was fired by President Kennedy. Hunt had previously helped Dulles write The Craft of Intelligence in 1959. Hunt played a significant role in CIA operations, and although he is well known for his role in the Watergate burglaries, his work for the agency is storied and goes way back. In 1950, Hunt became OPC Stations Chief in Mexico City. He recruited and supervised none other than William F. Buckley. The two became lifelong friends. Hunt helped lay the framework for the successful covert operations to overthrow Arbenz in Guatemala. Around this time, the first Latin American chapter of the Asian People Anti-Communist League was founded in Mexico City by Hunt.
Going back to the Marcello connection here, specifically one of his attorneys becomes president of what was to become the Latin American affiliate of WACL. Interesting discussion about that is contained in a book called Crime and Cover-Up, subtitled The CIA, the Mafia, and the Dallas Watergate Connection, that was authored by University of California at Berkeley professor Peter Dale Scott. This book was copyrighted 1977 and published by the Westworks Publishers of Berkeley. And of the future, or the World Anti-Communist League affiliate to be of Latin America, and its development and its president, an attorney for Carlos Marcello, Scott writes as follows. The CIA had long used the Mafia's corrupt influence in Caribbean dictatorships as an asset in its own anti-communist arsenal. Thus, the chairman of a 1958 anti-communist conference in Guatemala, of a group organized for the CIA 4 years earlier by E. Howard Hunt, was Antonio Valladares, V-A-L-L-A-D-A-R-E-S, the law partner of the CIA-installed Minister of the Interior and the attorney for New Orleans capo mafioso Carlos Marcello. Valladares once arranged for Marcello's false birth registration in Guatemala. Also present at the 1958 meeting was a New Orleans lawyer, Maurice B. Gatlin, Gatlin, who was also involved in other anti-communist activities at the 544 Camp Street address used by Oswald.
The 544 Camp Street address isn't the only connection between Oswald and Bannister. According to historian Dr. Michael L. Kurtz, one day in May 1963, Kurtz witnessed Bannister debating students on the issue of integration. Kurtz had previously seen Bannister on numerous occasions on campus. On this occasion, however, Bannister brought along a young man who he introduced to the group as Lee Oswald. Apparently Oswald was there to observe and he said nothing. Bannister was carrying out a collegiate undercover operation in an effort to collect information on leftists. Kurtz saw Bannister and Oswald together once more, at a table while buying coffee at Mancuso's coffee shop, located at the Newman building. Kurtz was working across the street at the time.